Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What the hell? Anyway, how's it going tonight, chat? How's it going? I hope everything's going well. Oh, goodness. Tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow's a big day. The big day in the Johnny Depp case. It's closing arguments. Now I've got to I got to talk about some things tonight, I guess. I don't want to. I don't really like to, but today was a frustrating day. So we'll get to that. But let's talk about tomorrow. So originally I was going to do a 24-hour show tomorrow. I'm not. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I'm not going to do a 24-hour show. It's because the judge announced today that the jurors will go home tomorrow. They'll do closing arguments. They'll enter deliberations. And then the jurors will not be served dinner. But when they're done for the day, they'll go home and come back on Tuesday. So there's no point in doing a 24-hour show because the point was to do the verdict watch like into the wee morning hours and all that stuff. So I'm like, oh, that's going to be great. We can do this. You know, we can go into Saturday and it'll be this fun thing. But it's not going to be that. And it's really unlikely that the jury's going to come back tomorrow unless they come back immediately, which they may do. So instead of doing a 24-hour show, because, and again, the important thing is they're not coming back on Saturday or Sunday or Monday. They come back on Tuesday after Memorial Day if they go home. So there's no impetus for them to decide right away. So they'll either, come back within an hour or two, or they'll go home and go back to deliberating on Tuesday, which really sucks because I'm on the Jesse Lee Peterson show on Tuesday, right smack in the middle of the day. So if the jury hasn't come back yet, I'm going to have to navigate how to do that. Maybe have a stream up and pop off for a little while, pop back on. Not sure exactly what I'm going to do. But the 24-hour show is going to happen. I know nobody believes me because I said it a long time ago, over a year ago. Well, I said it, over a year ago, that I would do one, when I hit 100,000 subs, which was not this previous December, but the one before that. And so it is still there. I thought this was going to be a great event to do it. There'd be a lot of hype and buzz about it, but the judge killed all the hype and buzz. So rather than burning it on this thing, I'll either do it for a different trial coming up, or we'll just do an independent 24-hour stream. So there's that. Sorry. The judge boner killed it. But yes, Tuesday I will be on the Jesse Lee Peterson show. I was talking to Lady Rackets about this, and I'm like, I'm so unreasonably excited to be going on the Jesse Lee Peterson show. Like he's the one, I think he's the funniest and best interviewer on the planet. But the only people I've ever seen him interview are usually like at least perceptively hostile to him. And so I'm not. So I don't know how that interview is going to go. Maybe his researchers will tell him I am hostile. That'd be funny. I mean, I just can't wait.
Do you love black people? Do you love black people? Beta.
Oh. So yeah, I haven't watched he interviewed Elijah Shaver. Cool. I've never watched any of his friendly interviews. So but I can't wait. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Then it was like, damn it. If the jury's still going on Tuesday, that's going to be interesting. But we'll navigate those waters. Not that big of a deal. In any case, I will not be doing a 24-hour show, which is why I'm doing a show tonight, and not, getting rested to wake up in a couple hours and start the show. So that's the update there. For anyone who is looking forward to 24 hours of this, I apologize, but I don't. There just wouldn't be any purpose to it because, the judge, if my brain's scattered, but if I didn't mention this, the judge told the jury that they're not getting dinner. So really you're going to have jury instructions. You're going to have 2 hours or 4 hours of opening argument. You're going to have a lunch break and probably a mid-morning break and an afternoon break all in there. So you got 5 hours roughly of court stuff, plus an hour and a half of breaks, which is 6.5 hours starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. So they're already going to be through most of the day by the time they go to deliberation. And that's only if they, if they do everything really smoothly. You got to talk like Ethan Ralph for the rest of the stream now because you backing down like a true Ralph Mel. Look, I'm not interested in making anybody else a payday. My celebrity is what brings everybody. And well, I mean, actually, now that I think about it, it was you who pledged to do a 24-hour stream, not me, because I do the kill stream, and that's what I do. And I mean, maybe you're the bitch. So anyway, so yeah. So that being said, that's what's going on right now. Tonight, we have a couple topics. All right. So I have in the title, group dynamics, dancing on the graves of children, and the realities of the internet. That is, and you guys know, is really two subjects. But I feel like I'm going to have to revisit it. You guys know what this is about. You know what this is about. This is about LawTube. And I am going to talk about what happened today. I'm going to talk about my thoughts on it. Oh God, please no more of Legal Bites. This isn't about Legal Bites. This is about LawTube in general, whatever that is. I'm going to talk about my thoughts on it. People ask me a lot how to be successful on the internet, and I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you a big component of it, because there's there's a couple types of success, and I don't think people understand it because they're watching this Johnny Depp trial and they see success. But there's some problems. So we're going to be talking about that a little bit. If you're interested in what I do, how I do it, if you're one of those people who's ever thought about, hey, you know what, I'm going to ask Nick about how to be successful on YouTube or whatever. This is a big component of any of that. So we're going to do that tonight. I know people probably just want to like every night talk about Johnny Depp, right? You could turn on the stream, talk about Johnny Depp again and again and again. But the reality is everything about Johnny Depp's basically been said. Tomorrow is closing arguments, and we're going to see what the teams put together. So rather than turning on money printer go burr Johnny Depp topic, we're going to turn on anger printer go burr LawTube topic. So that's one of them. And then just to round out the evening, to make it a little nice and to dispel any final notions of the idea that we should be having a good time, we're going to talk about a shooting in Texas. It just happened. More appropriately, because I don't know shit about the shooting in Texas, but more appropriately, we're gonna get abstract from it and talk about the willingness of everyone to utilize dead children to push political agendas, mainly because it pisses me off, and just the shit going on, that goes on every shooting, every election cycle, with this stuff is, it's just trash. And sort of the hypocrisy of our society right now. So we're going to do all that. Jert Jester says Pippa raid. Well, welcome to the Pippa Raiders. Pippa, how you doing? To all of them. We've got, I played for Andrew Branca a part of Pippa's review of his website. It was very, very funny. And it was very good. Thank you, Pippa, for that. It made me laugh quite a bit watching this guy who's not been on the internet enough see a animated pink rabbit girl reviewing his website, talking about how it looks shady as shit. Was really funny. That was the wholesome entertainment we all needed. So with that, let me read the initial super chats. I have a feeling once I get going, they're not gonna keep going. So we'll get to those right now, and then we'll do the main segment as people finish filtering in so they can come in right as I'm saying all this bullshit. Mr. Armageddon says, you made me proud with your tweet asking to be taken off that Politique Republic list. People can choose how to run their own channels, but I totally see the problem with groups. I believe in unification as individual channels, no more LawTube. Oh, well, it's like you have an idea of what I might be discussing in a little bit. So that'll be fun. The Dragon's Treasure says, blah, blah, blah. This is all boring. What you should be talking about is where people can find some delicious loose leaf tea and how they can save money on said tea. Well, you know where you can go, thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. You can type in Amber Poops in Beds for a discount on all of your tea purchasing needs. Apparently, that's the competition that's been going on. I can only assume that I am not winning that competition, which is good. Take that, Dragon's Treasure. I don't want to win your stupid contest anyway. Jay Wolfenstein, I don't know what Johnny Depp did to Amber Heard, but I know Camille Vasquez just kicked her ass like Portugal and Ethan Ralph. If Depp doesn't win this, we might as well not have defamation laws. This is ridiculous. And look, if you are if you're into the Ethan Ralph side of the internet, like I know there's a mixed bag here of people. I know there's a mixed bag. Oh, you motherfucking stream. You fucking cunt. I'm gonna beat you like you've got a gun, you fucking stream. There's I'm getting the indication that there's lag. Motherfucker. It should go away in a minute. There we go. It'll go away in a minute. Sit down, you silly cunt. Sit down, you fat cunt. Okay. All right. So with that, I know there's a mixed bag of people. The Ralph, and all that shit. This is going to be brought into all this discussion as well, because this is wisdom. There's intelligence and there's wisdom, and tonight is about a lot of wisdom. Whatever it is. Let's see. If Depp doesn't, back to Jay Wolfenstein, if Depp doesn't win this, we might as well not have defamation laws. This is ridiculous. Brother, you say that? I'm going to tell you, I've said the exact same thing for a couple years now. So I'm with you, but people should temper their expectations or temper their, whatever it is, their expectations, because law doesn't work the way we want it to work all the time. It is not algorithmic. There's a lot of hype and a lot of buzz around this case, and a lot of people are probably developing those expectations with those, yeah, I know it could go the wrong way, but I know it might not go the right way, but it's probably going to go the right way. Well, we might. It's possible. I don't want to be the doomsayer, but it's possible we see a bunch of disappointed people on that jury verdict. I hope not. This is part of that wisdom thing. The law isn't an algorithm that people plug in facts and out pops a result. Some people think it should be, but it isn't. Casey says, I thought today was like Camille was millennia and Amber was you. Yeah, Camille kicked Amber Heard's ass today. She said out loud what everybody was thinking. And win or lose, Johnny Depp knows exactly, he's done what he can do. The quartering says Depp has less than a 50% chance even now. This is a fact people hate to hear. I'm not going to go there. I think he's got better than even odds on this one, because I think Amber Heard's team screwed up so bad on her credibility and character specifically that I think that came through. But we'll see. We don't actually know what the jury's going to say. Okay, so here we go. Matt K. My wife has a question and won't believe anything I say. Please help. In the Depp case, what does the plaintiff have to prove? That the statements are false, or Amber knew the statements were false when the article was published? The answer is yes. Yes to both of them. They need to prove that the statements are false and that Amber Heard either knew the statements were false or acted with reckless disregard for the truth of the statements. Reckless disregard for the falsity, I should say. So they just chose not to investigate the falsity when a reasonable person would know that these things would be false. Amber Heard, if they prove the falsity from Amber Heard, it's almost impossible in this case for her not to have knowledge of the falsity, because she is the direct result of this, or I should say the direct result of, or the direct involvement in this. So she knows if she's been punched. Here we go. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Next, Doug Murray says legal bites is now legal Karen. That is all. I'm not going to go that far. This is not a stream about the decisions of other people. And that's a very, very important thing. A part of this YouTube success sort of thing I keep phrasing it that way only because that's what people ask me a lot. How do you succeed? Right. So understand that when I say YouTube success, I'm not actually unhumbly claiming some sort of success. Although, I mean, I've personally succeeded beyond my expectations. So that's a success, but I'm speaking more generally just in response to what people ask me. But yeah, that's going to be a big part of that. Matrix, in your opinion, are the jury instructions fair? Yeah. I mean, they seem fair to me. I mean, we haven't seen all of them. We'll see them tomorrow, but what we heard them arguing over today sounded pretty fair. Now, there's going to be more instructions than what we heard about today. Most of them they've probably agreed on. Love you and all your guests. By the way, is vodka allowed in place of whiskey? If you like vodka, drink vodka. I'm not gonna stop you. Attorney Tom says Nick rode my coattail for clout. Tom, look, it's you shop in the kids department, man. So that little tiny tux on Tiny Tom, you can't ride on coattails at all. You can barely even grab them. So come on, stop pretending. Stop pretending. All right, here we go. AD says, Nick, do you have a mint? Perhaps some Banaka? Nope. Music and fiction. Music and fiction. I've been meaning to tell you. I tried that ramen mix you sent me. Pure fire. That stuff is amazing. So fucking good. So fucking good. He says, so Nick, now that you've been called a pope on Reddit, where's your pope hat? Oh, that's a guy. It's upstairs. And will your pope hat rest on your head? Wouldn't that be a bit uncouth? Hashtag rant on, hashtag Pope knows the first, and hashtag I don't want to be decked. Let me in. What, Quartering, you want to talk about this before I rant and bitch about things? Let's see. Gerard Garvin says, I envy your ability not cast out people due to peer pressure, not being sarcastic. Wow. Let's see. Well, we'll get into some internet blood sports between me and the Quartering real quick to lead off the show. That could be some much needed entertainment. Jeremy, I'm sending this to your Twitter. Just a second. By the time you hear this, it may be there. Here you go. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Gerard Garvin. Oh, yeah. Timothy Reeve. Nope. What we got? Justin DGBZ says, hello, Nick Ricada. I'd like you to do a toast for Pat Boyven, congratulating him on becoming the father to his wife's boyfriend's son. Peach Saliba announced today that she's pregnant. Wait, what? Peach is pregnant? Oh, that's great. Congrats, Peach. That's phenomenal. Nicholas Cruiser, I have a real Pope hat. I have a papal mitre. I have one. It was made for me a long time ago when I was making fun of Pope hat on Twitter. So I do have one. It's just not here in my office. It's upstairs because I wear it when I sleep. Slagla says, Nick, you're our Johnny Depp. Waves. Bad Weather Biker. We haven't seen Lady Rackets in a while. We need hashtag proof of life. None to give. She handed me a Jimmy John sandwich the other day. Let's see. Slosher says, do you love black people? I do. Ocean Redux says, lol, most chats don't care, but I'm just going to ask now, how are you feeling? I'm like 11 shots into a bottle of gin and I'm going to get yelled at, but I'm just curious as to how you are and if Lady Rackets is okay with your situation. My situation? I feel good. I think she's okay with my situation. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Let's see. The Quartering, he has the link. So him not coming on is really, that's his, actually, is him not coming on. E. Poindexter says toast for Goodfellas, yes, and Depeche Mode. Lost a few good ones today. The drummer from Goodfellas, yes, and Depeche Mode. The drummer from Yes never got his stolen drum set back before passing. Who stole his drum set? Okay, we're gonna open this for the toast. Yeah, I remember when the quartering was just starting out and he was begging to come on the Ricada Law podcast. He was out there. I'd throw him a bone here or there, let him on. I basically made him what he is. He wouldn't be anywhere without the Ricada Law podcast. And now that he's got his big head about himself, thinks he's done a lot in the sector, but really it was here where he got his start. And I guess we'll welcome him to the stream and hear what he has to say. What's up, man?
Dude, I'm so happy for you.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, the growth of LawTube and your channel, I'm just really, really happy for you.
Well, thank you.
Couldn't have happened to a bigger piece of shit.
It couldn't have. It really could not.
It's like statistically, it would have been very unlikely.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk about that growth of LawTube thing tonight in a little bit. That's a big topic for the show.
Yeah. Hey, oh yeah, I'm super jealous. Don't even worry about that, Chad. I openly admit that. I can't get into the Amber Heard, even when I make Amber Heard videos, they don't do very well. So I'm like on the outside looking in. But you mentioned earlier about
cheese it, man.
I've been cheesing it. I'm cheesing it I'm not cheesing it enough, I guess.
I think you're too late to the grift, and
I think I am.
You made a mistake, because I did the same thing on the week off. I did some other stuff.
Yeah.
And then it was like struggling to get back into the algorithm. You
like
had to
Andy. Andy's been doing awesome. Andy Signor.
It's crazy.
Dude,
yeah.
He just and I know I'm being sincere. Like, I really am really happy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm totally not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm happy for the trial to be ending because my channel is suffering deeply. But I'm happy. Somebody mentioned earlier how you got these questions about becoming a YouTube success, big deal now. And here, I wanted to share my answer and hear what you thought.
Yeah,
I'm going to throw some percentages out there, but they're kind of irrelevant. For me, it's like 50% getting lucky and 50% realizing you got lucky and capitalizing on it. Like, most people miss the what would you call it, like an inflection point where they're like,
you'll never hit, like the overwhelming majority of people will never hit the thing.
Right. 99% of people, probably, maybe even more.
One of the people who's never hit the thing, and this is amazing, when I was watching a documentary on him, it's weird to think of it because he is very successful, but it's Linus Tech Tips.
I know. You're 100% right.
He's never gone viral. His growth is all just literal elbow grease.
The dude has been grinding for years. But yeah, I mean, I look at, what my channel was like, Brie Larson controversy. We all know how I played that. Then Fallout 76. Then The Last of Us 2, right? Like, realizing it's like that. If you had something in front of you, would you instinctively know to center it? And that's literally it. You have to be like, oh, okay, for whatever reason, the algorithm's favoring me. For whatever reason, this is what people want to watch. Yes, I see people in the comment section complaining that it's too many videos with The Last of Us 2, but you just keep cheesing it, as you say. Yep. And that's it. Like, of course, getting lucky is not something you can create.
But, no. It's I can't remember where the phrase comes from or even what the phrase is at the moment, but it's you have to show up to work. Like, that's what you have to do. You have to be ready for the thing to come by. And if it does, you grab it and you run with it. That's so that's not the part of being successful that I'm going to talk about tonight. But it's a different component. But you're talking about how you start and see growth. And it really is show up and show up when it's bad and show up when it's good. And I analogize it to when I did a marathon several years ago, and it was like when I would feel the worst, you get up and you put on your shoes and you go run, because you'll feel better when you're done, but you can't every time you feel bad not run. And it's the same thing with YouTube. And you're the guy, like you're the premium example of this, because you put out so many damn videos.
6 days a week, man. I never take a day off.
And you defy this, you get 3 video notifications to your subscribers, but you put out 5 to 7 videos a day. And people would, for a while, like really question your logic on that. They're like, why are you doing this? Some of these videos don't get seen, but you told people effectively, I'm going to put out more videos. So come back and watch, which is why your channel actually works, because people come back and watch. They come looking for videos rather than being told where they are.
Less than 1% of my viewers are from notifications, but that's my model. So like, I'm like a website video version. And so people check throughout the day when they're on the can or whatever. But the other thing is, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'd like to hear your, heading in tomorrow, barring any bombshells, which will allow some wiggle room if something crazy happens.
Yeah.
Where are you at percentage wise? When I said less than 50%, I didn't mean 20, but I mean man, it could go either way, just because I have no faith in what happens in the jury. If the judge was deciding it, I'd be like, oh, Johnny's winning. She clearly does not like Amber's team.
Now, I think your read on that is 100% correct. And so what I said earlier is where I'm still at on thinking on it. I said earlier, he's got a 75% chance, but the reality of going into a jury is you have a 50-50 chance, because there's no way to be
unanimous. So that's a factor.
It is a factor. The one thing about that factor is there's seven people going into the room. And the way juries often work is you have 1 to 2 strong personalities. The more jurors you have, actually, in a weird way, can make that kind of a problem, because if you get 2 jurors on each side that are entrenched and they have a support buddy, they can hold out. With 7, it's more likely you might have 1 juror on like the opposite side of the strong personalities. But if they don't have 2, they're going to probably get bullied into the decision, because otherwise they're going to be there forever. And the one reason why I give that a little bit more credibility in this case, I discussed with Andrew Branca earlier today, is that these are 2 rich assholes making their case to normal people.
Yes.
And they're fighting over movie roles, millions of dollars, $10,000 a month wine bills, and like there is a level
they can't relate to that.
Yeah. And so the holdouts, if there is a holdout one way or the other, they're probably less inclined to really hold out, because are they really that invested in this? When you go, you own a fucking island.
Right. Yeah. That's
so
speaking of the strong personalities, we had one of those on the Kyle jury. Remember the one, the forewoman, I think, right?
Yeah. Who is holding up the 1 count.
Yeah.
For most of the time.
And then with these, what do you, here's like this, I'm going to say something that, so when you look at the demographics of the jury, I feel like this is good for Johnny Depp. That's what I'll say. But that's,
I've been roundly chastised for this, but I do worry about the simp factor from the man of Indian descent. When there's a blonde woman on the stand, and I know that's super racist.
He can't help himself. I mean, what is he supposed to do?
Bob's and Vagine is baked into his DNA. It's not his fault.
It's the origination of that term. Yeah.
And I say this, and I think people think I'm joking, but if you were in any chat room on the internet long enough, and there is a woman, particularly a blonde woman, she doesn't have to be pretty even, and an Indian man joins the chat, there is a better than 50% chance that there is a DM going from him to her really quickly. And it's so weird because
I didn't know
of
about
how
this. I didn't know about this.
It's
It's
real.
a thing? Okay.
It's a real thing. I know that there are ladies out there who have experienced this, and it's so funny. It's like Indian and Pakistani men, and I
They
love them.
they like blondes.
They just
They
I don't know
can't
if
help
it's
themselves.
blondes or white women or American women or whatever it is, but I've seen it tons of times, and I think it's hilarious. I'm not trying to demean or anything.
No, you're not saying all. You're just saying more than 50%.
I think it's right. More than 75% chance. Maybe more than 80.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm pretty sure
You're
I've
not
said it's
saying all.
100% chance.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no, I think there's a cultural difference which eliminates the fear of actually sending that DM, right? Like I think
Okay.
that's a thing, and so it's people receive it in different ways. I don't actually mean it in a derogatory way.
Do you think
I
her
love
attorney?
Indian people.
Do you
I
know
love
how
Indian
like?
people.
Yeah, we love all people. But do you think that her? You know how she's like looking at the jury? Is she just like staring at that dude, wearing him down? Like a good lawyer is probably like, you know, like in the Adam Sandler movie when they're doing an onside, the guy's doing an onside kick, and he's like scanning the guys on the front line. He's like, there's my bitch, and then he kicks. Like, are they like, that's the guy? Amber, you look at him and you answer every answer looking at him.
I would be surprised if there was not someone jury watching looking for an inroad for her. I don't know if it's the guy. I don't know what guy it might be or is, but she is certainly working someone on the jury, and she is trying to sell to them her story. She fucking broadcasts the whole thing right to somebody, and you'll see her like look up while she's fake crying and all that stuff. And
Are they watching?
Yeah,
Are they watching?
yeah, I need to cry harder. I call it Miley Cyrus face because she does that.
She does that like weird,
crunched up yell thing. And it's like, that's not sadness, lady. Go back to your acting coach.
Well, they had that when the Depp's lawyer to Camille was like questioning her while she was like bloviating to the jury, and then she said something along the lines of like, "Do you ever think about going to jail for perjury or something?" And then she has this like weird facial reaction, and then she's like, "Okay, what?" Like, I didn't.
She's scrambled.
Yeah, I don't understand that. That's the dog. My dog stepped on a bee meme. Like I don't know what she's trying to do, if it's working or what the deal is.
And I generally don't think it is. I think that's why she's turning it on harder and harder every single time she gets up there. Today was an unmitigated disaster when she took the stand.
Very bad. You had the TMZ guy rolled into, well, really you had the bad psychiatrist rolled into the TMZ guy, rolled into just a disastrous final testimony, rolled into, I mean, it was like, I don't know if I'd be in the courtroom making O faces, but like it was not great.
It was. You know what's funny about the TMZ thing? I don't know this, but I have a strong suspicion. So you know about copyright because you do YouTube videos, and you know how copyright claims work. There was one day when that cabinet video played in court.
They have not claimed it everywhere. Yeah,
we all got claimed on it. I don't know that Johnny Depp's team knew TMZ owned the copyright to that video, like definitively, until they made the claim, and we all started tweeting about it. But they're, the lawyer teams and the parties can.
That made them dig in deeper. You're saying maybe.
I think it's possible that TMZ accidentally outed the ownership of that copyright that no one might have been thinking of, because it's not like there's like a document floating around that's going to come in discovery. I mean, they could do a copyright search and see if TMZ has registered a copyright on it, which they may have. I don't know if they've actually registered it, but
it's probably under some weird shell company anyway that wouldn't be very obvious.
Yeah,
I thought the thing where she said, and I'll jump off. I appreciate you letting me on. I don't want to take over. It's your show, so I really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
I want to get your take on the line where like the TMZ guy says, and she was supposed to turn her face so we could pit it. Like, dude, brutal. Like that's not just we tipped them off. That's like we coordinated to make this video happen.
And it's the type of thing, because part of Amber Heard's narrative on that was, well, Johnny Depp's team knew that I was filing this protective order, so he would have tipped off TMZ to come down, which one is idiotic.
He would never.
But,
but
then
there's no reason to.
When he says the turning the face to show the bruise, well, Johnny Depp's team isn't going to do that and coordinate that with Amber Heard. So that doesn't make any sense. So that was beautiful. Today, the real headshot for me, and I don't know if there was a different moment for you, but when she pulled up those 2 images of the wine bottle on the floor, that were, one was cropped a little, just
Amber
barely
got so
different,
salty, didn't she?
And it was like, you testified that this is for the December 15 incident, and then you testified this for the May 16th incident. Well, which one is it? Well, I don't remember. It's like, you testified under oath that this was for each of those.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Well, you're covering up the metadata, so I don't know. I'm like, I always get nervous when, remember during the Kyle trial where they were like mincing words about, oh, the file format and this, like, because regular people, like when they were talking about the picture, it's like all the jury needs to know is that it went into a photo editing software, and I think they did a good job doing that. But like getting mired in, oh, href this and there's like,
oh, the dude today was insufferable with he just pulled up like the text brick of metadata with different, and like I was trying to sort through it quickly as long as I could care. And there was some, you could see there were some file names and they were categorized out, but it's like, this doesn't tell the jury anything about any of the photos. And they were stupid. They did not pay him to look at all of the photos that they had entered into evidence. So it left open the question for the cross-examiner to say, you're not here. You can't testify under oath that all of the pictures in evidence in this case weren't edited.
Yeah, that was a fumble. That was a fumble.
I can only testify to what he talked about. It's like, why weren't you hired? Every juror's got to be thinking, why weren't you hired to look at all the pictures and make sure they were authentic?
It's a $50 million suit. Like, you're not talking, you know what I mean? Like, you're not talking a small budget, but yeah, no, I appreciate you, Nick. I'm really, really happy for you. I hope you get a big day tomorrow. It's all finishing up tomorrow, right? And then obviously we'll have a verdict.
Yeah, verdict probably sometime next week, early next week.
I would guess, because will they work on Monday?
Nope, they're not going to work Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, and they're not getting dinner tomorrow. They're just going home when they're ready to go home. So you got to figure they're going to be done by 7 o'clock.
Yeah, so it's not even going to start until Tuesday, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. So, but yeah, well, there'll be a big a verdict announcement at some point. I know when the verdict's going to come, actually, because I'm going to be on Jesse Lee Peterson's show.
It's going to be right then.
Yeah, it's going to be then when I can't be on. So that'll be fantastic.
I think in that case, I'm sorry, GLP. It's just, you know, I mean, you just got to be on for the people if that happens. Like, you just,
well, I've got to figure out what I'm going to do. What I'm probably going to do is have a stream running, step out for the interview.
Yeah. And have some people take over for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what I can do there, but dude, I appreciate you coming on always.
Thanks for always having me, dude.
Whatever anybody ever says about the quartering, if you want to learn about honestly how to work at YouTube and like work at it, this is a dude that does it every single day, and you pass through. You'll probably appreciate what I'm going to talk about. You pass through trends, and you keep going through trends and on to the next thing and the next thing.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to be talking about today is more about that longevity aspect and how you get it and how you navigate some of these tumultuous waters of online social circles.
Because this sounds
nightmare.
It is. I saw some, I'm not going to get into it, but I saw some ruffled feathers, and I think you're taking the correct approach. My approach is usually to consume too much alcohol and then be a freaking idiot and tweet about things. But I think your approach is very smart. It's very, I could learn something from you on that.
You had a spicy series of tweets the other night.
About Tim Pool's show?
I was like, oh.
Well, actually, I'll just tell everyone exactly why Adam quit Tim Pool right now.
Yeah, get off my show. That was me. Oh, there we go. That was Jeremy from the quartering. Look, there was a long time where people, I think, thought that that Jeremy and I were at odds or something. But the reality was, for a very long time, we had talked in DMs about getting together, doing a show, and just never really kind of connected to get that done and stuff. But because of that, I think people thought we were like not on friendly terms. But Jeremy's always been very cordial and polite to me, and you know, I'm happy to have him on and to pop on his shows from time to time too. So thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. And again, if you want to learn about successful YouTubing, in all honesty, just checking out his upload schedule is a masterclass on how you grind, because you will grind away at YouTube. You will do that for quite a bit of it if you want to be successful. So, okay. Let me catch up on a couple more of these chats, and then we're going to get into it. E. Poindexter. Oh, yeah. So sorry. To Goodfellas, yes, and Depeche Mode. Three standout icons, really, of the generation a couple years before mine, for the most part, but adopted by me, absolutely. Products of the 80s and early 90s that will go on forever have ceased to exist in this world and ceased to contribute to it. My personal favorite out of the three is Ray Liotta, an actor I actually think is underrated and phenomenal. Goodfellas was a mainstay of my cinema experience, and he will be missed. Mojo Each, the morning show is better than the afternoon show. Which I don't do a morning or an afternoon show. Seal 77, keep it real as always. Or is this the morning show? And that I don't know which one's which for you. Grimwolf says, my young cousin was gunned down in that school by trash. Fuck. I can only wonder if she and many others would still be alive if the teachers and staff were allowed to equip themselves with the tools needed to properly fight back. We're gonna get into that, man, and this notion of the police officers not going into the school. Reports now are looking like for several minutes beforehand, this guy was outside the school firing a gun into the air. No one would engage him. That shit is it's infuriating. And it's like, okay, they tell us that we don't need to be armed. They tell us that we don't need to do anything because we have these police. But now we've seen twice where we're asking a police officer to go into gunfire and they won't. Because it's irrational. Excluding the police officer aspect, it's irrational to walk towards danger. Now, we've put this idea onto police of intervention and peacemaking. And when we did that, we sacrificed our own intervention and peacemaking, right? Like we've sacrificed our ability to do that on the altar of police. And so part of this is we say, well, we want them to do this thing and we expect them to act in the irrational way, but we're finding out that they don't. I mean, some might, but when they don't, what are you supposed to do? So we're going to talk about that. That's coming in tonight. Litho Mike, Beta O'Rourke decided to piss on the graves of not alive kids to try and make this a political issue. That's the main thing we're going to talk about in general. The mayor and sheriff of Uvalde shut his ass down quick, and they should have. Fuck Beto. Waited hard, play hard. My dad is coming to town to meet my newborn son near Father's Day. He just gained a new love of whiskey. Is there a recommendation $150 or below, or is there one a bit higher in price worth splurging on for my dad? The answers to both of those questions is yes. Yes, there is. If he's a new love of whiskey, I'm telling you, this is the bottle. This is the bottle, especially for a new whiskey drinker. Like if he was a seasoned veteran, really liked Isla whiskeys, I'd have different recommendations. Angel's Envy, not the bourbon. The bourbon is fine. Angel's Envy finished rye Caribbean casks is around here. It's $95 and is one of the best bottles in that price range that you will find. It's so good. And like, that's one that seasoned whiskey drinkers will like, and new whiskey drinkers will also really enjoy. It's smooth. It's great. It's got a unique flavor to it. That's good. It's fantastic. Find that one. Quartering says more like wisdom. Am I right? Matthew Self says, get Quarter Black Garrett on. That'd be a funny take. I like Quarter Black Garrett. Matthew Perkins, putting Amber back on the stand was Amber's legal team's impression of her bed grumpy incident. Literally shit the bed today. Horse said, how can I send 100%? I don't want to give YouTube a cut. Just want to say there isn't really a way to send 100%. Just want to say Nick is a big boy. He can run his streams as he pleases. If you don't like his stream, there are plenty of others. Stop trying to start crap. He's got it. Talents here. Among other things, Johnny Depp's impact is that of a cautionary tale for marrying wisely. Horse said, just you can give on Odyssey and Rumble, which are both higher cuts than YouTube, but I appreciate anybody who sends anything anywhere. I'm not worried about splitting hairs over the cut. I know some people are worried about, they don't want the company to take their money, and that's fine. If the biggest cuts for me are, I believe, Odyssey and Locals. So that's up to you. Debbie O, Vegas is taking bets on Depp Heard, not for the verdict, but for how much money if Johnny Depp wins. What color Amber Heard will wear on verdict day, whether Johnny Depp makes eye contact with Amber Heard after verdict, whether Johnny Depp cries listening to verdict. So weird. Skyrim 96, Beto is a fucking joke. And have you gotten your hands on Alamo bourbon yet? No, I have not. They don't sell at my local store, and I don't go outside of that too often. Mike Newton says, please let the world know that I'm a fucking idiot. My last day at work is Tuesday. I'm currently working my days off due to being shorthanded as well next Wednesday and Thursday from 6:30 to 5 a.m. Damn. Caligula, cheers, Nick and Jeremy on the YouTube topic. Jeremy, I almost got zero notifications from you, or I get almost zero notifications from you. I literally have to go to your channel. Been watching since the tail end of the Unsleeved Media days and still no algorithm love. Effing wrong thinker, lol. Yeah, I know that goes. Big Red 40K, what's this? The biggest reddest bear of them all returns to poo-poo Amber. Not only does this woman deserve to lose, but she deserves the slump that's coming in her career. Personality disorders, remember, can't be cured. Scraith Chanley Painter shared a vid on Twitter of the absolute madhouse mob already at the courthouse trying to get a wristband for tomorrow. James Greenlee, hey, Nick, been following since Rittenhouse, Griff mode, for new music about walking away from your own Amber Heard situation. Check out Tears and Apathy by Waiting West on Spotify. So check that out, guys. Tears and Apathy by Waiting West. Big Rob planned on opening 25-year Glen Scotia for the 24-hour stream. Disappointed it's not happening. Guess I'm going to have to drink coffee instead. Oh, hey, Jeremy, it's up. Waiting on my coffee. Yeah, sorry, Big Rob. It seemed like it was going to be a waste of a 24-hour stream. The timing wasn't going to work out nice. Ethan Meadows. Hey, Nick, congrats on all the success. Thank you. Been around since before the Vic case started, and it's great seeing your channel grow. Porn for the porn god, smut for the smut throne. Pineapple Girl. Random question. If a woman from your youth came to you today to apologize for having aborted your child without your knowledge, would you want to know and receive the apology or remain ignorant to the incident? Probably not going to happen to me because because there's not a lot of Nick seed flowing around outside of this marriage. So that's not a question that I'm likely to encounter. I would want to receive the apology personally. So Skyrim 96, that border patrol agent that ran in against orders is the hero of this. Casey, not all first responders are heroes. Litho Mike, the first single malt I ever tried was at Fogo de Chao. Can't remember the actual whiskey, but I fell in love with Isla at that moment. Ooh. Mailman says, I was born in Uvalde, grew up in the area. I've been in constant contact with people there and still unclear how PD failed so hard. One of the teachers killed his family of a close cousin of mine and armed the teachers, practice safely. And Mailman says also the proper pronunciation of Uvalde is Uvalde. Funny to see it pronounced in different parts of the U.S. Thank you for all you do, Nick. Found you a bit before Rittenhouse. Cheers. Cheers to you. Okay, here we go. Thanks for entertaining me, the quartering, and the super chats as we get into this topic. Bames John, hey, Nick, I'm a practicing tax accountant, and after getting hooked on LawTube watching cases, starting with Rittenhouse, have started to seriously consider becoming a tax attorney to take the fight directly to the source. If you want to do it, man, go for it. Be a tax attorney for someone really rich. Kidda says, shilling time. Everyone, please check out Quantum Vibe, a criminally underappreciated libertarian sci-fi space epic web comic, quantumvibe.com. Not connected to the project, just thought people would like it. Okay. All right. If you don't know, some shit happened today. Now, I have heard that there's some stuff going on with this. Let's try and get the latest information, shall we? Oh, shit. Here we go. Again. Do you guys want to do this? I don't know how much of this we're going to do. We'll start this up. This is probably not going to be what anybody thinks it's going to be for me, but we'll see.
All right. And I think we're live. So,
yeah, you can see it.
Many people that I have talked to in the last, I don't know how many hours, who have advised me not to say or do anything, or if I do, to do something in a very, very, very closely guarded kind of way.
So, look, whatever I say today is not directed at Legal Bites as a person. Okay. So I want to make that very clear. I think Alita is fine and a wonderful person. That's an uncharitable pause. Just like she's just looking down. So here we go. She made a big blunder today, in my opinion. And it's been a mess. And now she's in a really tough position. People advising her to not say anything are probably right. But she's going to do what people are not advising her to do, which is also probably right, because you can't always listen to advice. She has this is a no-win prospect for her. And I don't know if anybody has seen, but she took a pretty sizable subscriber hit today. Lots of people have unsubscribed. Thousands of people have unsubscribed because of this incident. And we're going to talk about avoiding these types of incidents and navigating this water, because this shouldn't have ever happened. That's the main lesson here. And it's not her fault that this happened entirely. She is responsible for her own decisions. Don't get me wrong, but there is something else going on in this space that we're going to get into. And I'm going to try and tell you why you need to run from this shit like the fucking plague has manifested into a Disney villain. And by Disney villain, I mean a Disney exec on set with liquor, suckers, and an eye for children. You need to run as far away from this shit as possible.
I'm not really sure exactly how I am where I am right now, but I guess the first thing that I want to do is to say that today I came to realize that I've said some things in a couple different ways that have come across in a way that is not the way that I intended and clearly not received well. And I understand why some things have not been received well.
You never want to be making this video. I don't know how much of this I'm going to watch. I don't want to watch all 17 minutes.
I don't have any excuses for the way that I've come across to some people. But the one thing that I would request, if people will allow me, is a little bit of space to explain things from my perspective, because I feel like there's been a lot of communication from other people. I don't know. I don't want to do anything.
No, I know how, I'm not laughing at her. I know how she feels. What are you supposed to do? What the hell are you supposed to do? The building's on fire. Now, this is probably an overcorrection from an overreaction. And the building being on fire is probably not going to be on fire very long. But this is part of a lot. And Alita received a lot of success very quickly. So let me give you the background story of what happened today and why this is even a thing, why this is even going on. Okay. So the big background story is this. There's this ethereal entity called LawTube that was sort of birthed during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. It is colloquially called LawTube, but here's the thing. There is not a formal LawTube. So this comes with pitfalls and benefits. There's no formality to it. So LawTube is whatever anybody thinks LawTube is. That's kind of the way things should be. But once you lay out concretely what LawTube is, you start drawing pictures, you start incorporating names, you start making lists, and you start adopting those things, then you have a defined being. Now you've created a thing, and that thing has a name, has parameters, has rules, and you have suddenly created an in-group situation. This is a horrific pitfall of any grassroots movement. Look directly at Black Lives Matter and Antifa. When Black Lives Matter and Antifa are nebulous, undefinable things, they're stronger. When Black Lives Matter becomes definable, its founders take money and leave. There's tax implications. There's investigations by authorities into what's going on. If you don't have a leadership structure because you don't have an organization, then you don't have anywhere to look, because what is this thing if it's not defined? It's just this idea or concept. You can't attack an idea or concept because the next person doesn't know what it's the same thing. So anyway, there's this ethereal idea that's created around Rittenhouse, colloquially called LawTube. And it comes out of probably my stream and eventually having about 9 to 10 people on with regularity, which in hindsight, I think was too many people to be on a show at once. That's my personal opinion. But that's where it starts. And so there's 9 to 10 people on the show at any given moment, but you have a roster about 15 maybe deep, right? Makes sense. You got a couple extra people because not everybody's going to be on all the time. So you have this thing that's created, and you've got a group, and that group is a group of individuals. In LawTube's case, it's a bunch of individual creators. There's no structure. There's no profit sharing. There's no fee arrangements that I know of. And I won't do them. Like if you are, if someone wants to come on my show, or if I want to have them on my show, I'm going to invite them on my show and they can come on. I'm not going to pay them to be there. And I would never ask an appearance fee to be anywhere else. I don't want to share of anything. I don't want to cut. I don't want to do that. That's not how social media network marketing works. Your payment is exposure. It's exposure to an audience of different eyes, or it's goodwill towards existing eyes. So let's say, someone someone acquired a portion of audience because they came up and your audience likes them also. And so there's a lot of crossover, right? Well, you still go on shows because it's serving the community. It's engaging people with content creators that they want to see. So even if you're not courting some new audience, you're hanging out with the people who already like you. This is good. This is just good work. You're not always seeking a new audience. If you are, you're a cable company and everybody hates you, right? So you hang out with the people who you hang out with normally, even if it's somewhere else. And then you also go on other shows and have other people come on. It's just how this thing works. There's not like a bunch of fees in my experience. There's not a bunch of fees or payments. And if I ask someone to come on the show, if they want to come on the show and they say, well, I'll come on for X amount of dollars, 99.99% of the time I'd say, I'll just do the show alone. I don't care. Like I do the show alone all the time. I'm good with that. Like I bring on interviews because I'm kind of interested in them, but I don't need to. I'm certainly fine hearing myself talk. That's the narcissism. So you have this group of individuals who do this stuff for themselves. And to me, that is where things should be. Because once you start to concrete things down into a discernible idea that everybody kind of agrees on and you adopt, you get what happens. So that's the important background from far away. Now, fast forward to recently. Johnny Depp trial has been on. We're in week 6, the final week of the trial. We've now gone through the final day of testimony. There's 1 day left. 1 day left. And after all this time, there have been 3 predominant streamers. Emily Baker is kicking all of our asses and taking names. She's doing great. She is streaming solo, from my understanding. Then there is Legal Bites, who has generally had the second highest viewer numbers and the second highest super chat numbers of the top 3, so to speak, the main 3. And she has been having lots of the quote unquote LawTube panel on each day. And then there's me coming up in third most of the time on viewers and pretty much all the time on super chats, which is not a complaint in any way, by the way. This has been 2 of the best months I've ever had on YouTube. And I am sitting so happy that there's no, before anybody accuses me of any jealousy, I'm just laying out the facts of where all this is. And I have been running a show with somewhere in the middle. Typically, I have between 1 and 3 other guests on. So me plus 1 to 3 for most of the trial. And I found that to be a pretty happy medium for me. I like it. I like that number. I think for what I'm doing and how I'm watching this trial, it's a nice, well facilitated number. But the cool thing is there are 3 big options that people can go, and then there's subsets down from there. But there have been these 3. And the idea about LawTube has really coalesced, however, in the middle around Legal Bites' show. All right. And she's bringing on new lawyers and new people, which is great. And Emily Baker is certainly considered as a member of LawTube by many, many people, right? And I am certainly considered a member of LawTube by many, many people, no matter how much I hate the moniker. But really, that coalesced core right now is on Legal Bites' channel. And there's been some drama about that from viewers who probably didn't hear the multiple times it was explained. So I'll do that now. So again, there's no confusion here. But throughout the whole trial, from the beginning, Alita and I talked about streaming this case. She said she wanted to do it. I said I was going to stream it on my channel, but I had no interest in like taking the panel or fighting over the panel or anything. And I have consistently encouraged people to participate in her stream. And then if they want to pop over to mine, great, cool. No need to do that. But if you want to, fine. I'm going to be streaming. If you want to say hi, come say hi. And I am 100% okay with that. That's how, and that's how we kind of have organized this. Now, some people thought that meant that she was stealing people. And I've tried to explain over and over, that's not the case at all in this situation. And there's no animus or malice there. Okay. So to be very clear on that is, again, I'm going to tread through this carefully because this isn't about individual people. And that's what's at the core of this message. There's one individual involved in your success navigating social network business. And that's you. It's your name, brand, and business is always you at the end of the day. It's your ass hanging on your words. It's the only time ass to mouth is appropriate because it's your ass hanging from your mouth. And so whatever else you do, where you put yourself is where your ass ends up. And that's on you. So that's the critical thing. So again, everybody else in this is incidental to what I'm saying. And so even though there are people in particular situations, it's not about these individual people because this will happen 100% of the time. 100% of the time, this will happen in an online community where money gets involved. 100. Okay? Run from them. Run from online communities when money is involved. Okay, so the specifics of what happened today are yesterday. Time zones make this weird, but yesterday during court proceedings, right? There was a moment with a TMZ reporter and Elaine, the lawyer, where Elaine accused the TMZ reporter of seeking his 15 minutes of fame by coming and testifying for Johnny Depp. And he said, I could accuse you of the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client. It was a mic drop, taiko drum power move moment. And everybody reacted the same way. Oh shit. Like it was the oh shit moment. It was beautiful. Is exactly the thing. It's like that's the dramatic tension breaking punch to the fucking mouth that you want in a trial. That's exactly it. It was great. It's exactly what you want to see. It was so good. Such a good moment that everybody reacts. Even like Elaine is sitting there with this look on her face. It wasn't anger. It was like, oh, I got my ass kicked. It was perfect. Now, over her shoulder on the camera was this guy, this shoulder, DUI guy, this shoulder, James from court. Two people who've been sacrificing a ton of their time to go into this, to stand in lines overnight and then to go into court. Now they've been getting rewarded. DUI guy hit 200,000 subs today. I think 204,000, something like that. Subs today. James from court has built a Twitter account that has, well over 30,000 followers out of literally nothing. So they've gotten something out of it, but they are still doing something that's really fucking unpalatable, which is going and waiting in line and not coming out with like an iPhone or something, right? Like they're not going home to play Battlefield after standing in line overnight. They're going into a fucking courtroom to sit for 9 hours and be bored. So they've built something out of it. They've been doing this. And when those reactions came out, that alerted some people in this LawTube community. It didn't sit well with them. Now, personally, I don't think there's anything at all that was wrong with their reactions. There's nothing, there's no damage to integrity. There's nothing that James and DUI guy did that has anything different than literally everybody in the courtroom. And I think making any deal over it is just nonsensical. That's my personal opinion. So with that, Alita for sure. And then I believe a couple other people. I'm not entirely sure on this, so forgive me if I misname someone, but I believe it was Kurt and Hoglaw, all three of whom I like very much. Believed that was maybe below the stature of a lawyer, and Law and Lumber may have been involved in that too. I'm not. Was it Hogan and Rob? It was Rob and Hogue, not Kurt and Hogue. Okay, so Rob and Hogue. Again, it's not about the individuals, right? It's not about the individuals. And please do not jump on these people. They are allowed to have an opinion about something. They are allowed to have an opinion that things should be a specific way. Okay? It's about what happened next. That is the problem. All of them are allowed to say, not really comfortable with that kind of reaction in court or whatever. But a step further was taken, and DUI guy and I believe James were excluded from participating in the Legal Bites live stream. Now, I don't know, because it's become this LawTube center for this trial, if the Legal Bites live stream is Legal Bites or if it's LawTube on Legal Bites. I don't know. And that's, to me, that's a problem, right? Like, so is it LawTube on this channel, or is it Legal Bites plus people joining her? Which one is it? And I dare you to answer the question. I don't know if you can, which is another problem. Okay, so whatever reason, DUI guy was excluded from this show because of his reaction. And then Legal Bites said some words akin to, this is not a verbatim quote, but it's pretty damn close. When we send lawyers to a courtroom, we expect something better, more professional. I'm not sure where it goes, but the focus became from the external community, from everybody watching, focused in on these we words, we. So suddenly, and DUI guys seem to take umbrage with that, because he's like, wait, no one sent me to court. I chose to go to court. That was my thing to do. I'm doing my thing. And lawyers are oftentimes not like alpha male, beta male, alpha personalities in the traditional sense, not in the sense of masculinity, femininity, but in the assertive, self-interested, self-driven sense. You could call us narcissistic assholes because it's usually true. So DUI is like, wait, I do my own shit. Fuck you type thing. And this blows up into this nasty fucking mess between DUI guy and legal bites. But more importantly, it's like the viewers who are watching this are sectioning off and fighting about it. I mean, there are Reddit threads about this that call me the Pope of LawTube, whatever the fuck that even means. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on in this case, or in this instance, but it clearly struck chords with people. Now, as for me, my policy has pretty much always been, I don't disassociate with anybody until they disassociate with me. If they disassociate with me, okay, that's cool. Fine by me. If they come after me further, okay, well, we'll fight back. But I don't have any interest in disassociating with anybody. Networking is networking. People are, don't take this the wrong way, but other creators are resources for you, and you're a resource for them. You have ideas. You have an audience. You have all of these things that are useful to someone, and they're similarly useful to you. So burning assets doesn't make sense unless you have a good reason to do it. So for me, I don't engage in that. And my policy is the same. So I let DUI guy know very politely that he's welcome to come on my show during the, and report on the jury stuff. And he eventually did. He ran his own stream for a while, probably because of all the bullshit that was going on. But he did come on the show. James from court came on the show, had them on, had their reporting, very appreciative of it. It was great. So that's how I do things. But all day you've had this specter over Legal Bites' channel, and people really, really angry with her to the tune of something like she's been gaining 6,000 subs a day and lost. I think she gained about 2,000 and then lost about 8,000. I don't know where it's at right now. I don't know that that's important. I mean, I guess I could look. It's pretty stable at that number. So she ended up at a net negative 6,000 from what I saw today. So a lot of people have reacted very, very negatively towards this. Didn't like it. Didn't sit well with them. And what didn't sit well? I mean, I think you guys know. I think you know what. Someone says, Jesus Christ, the specter over her channel, get a grip. Pig Riser, it's been all day. All day, people have been talking about this fucking thing. During the last day of the Johnny Depp trial, a big portion of the people watching amongst these 3 streams have been talking about this, and thousands of people have taken an adverse action to it. So yeah, I would say specter over the channel. There's a specter, not like specter like my Discord moderator. Specter, is he even a moderator? I don't even know. Not like specter from my Discord. That would be autism over the channel. That's not happening. This is something else. There's a funk and a fug about it. It sucked the energy out of a lot of people, and this like hashtag justice for DUI guy thing takes over. It's very distracting from everything, right? And the reason that this bothered so many people is because now we've created an in-group and an out-group, and we've nominated, for lack of a better word, an enforcement arm. This is the problem. Someone has been disciplined from a group of individual creators how the fuck do you even discipline someone? Like what is that? And there was discussion about it, and some people had agreement over it and other people disagreed. But for lack of a better word, DUI guy was disciplined for reacting in court in the way that the entire gallery reacted. I cannot say that a juror looks at DUI guy going and is swayed by his facial expression over everyone around him making the same expression. So I'm not sure what the issue is. So with that said, now we've got this thing. So what do we say about it? Oh, and let's get to this one other thing that kind of plays into this, or that plays into this. Actually, I think very heavy. Let's see. Where was I'll explain this fucking tweet. Okay. So here's the LawTube top 10 2022 winners, right? Emily Baker, Nate Brody, David Freiheit, Viva Frey, Larry Foreman, DUI guy, Robert Jovia, is formerly Robert Gruler, Joe Neerman, Good Logic, Alita, Legal Bites, Rob, Law and Lumber, Nick Ricada Law, Ian Runkle the Bailey. Now, this thing came out a little while back. It did not receive a bunch of attention. I just ignored it. Someone, it's nice. Someone puts you on a list, think you're good at something, cool, whatever. But this is there. Here's the problem. Update. The LawTube Top 10 Award Committee. Come on now. Was recently made aware of an incident involving one of our 2022 winners. An incident? Members of the LawTube community reported. Who are these? Who are the members of the LawTube community? Is that the audience? Is that the streamers? Like, what even is that? That one of our winners made an outburst, underlined, while it's a link, I guess, while seated in the gallery of the Depp versus Heard trial. If the allegations are true, they may have violated the judge's order, reflecting poorly on the LawTube community. Fucking kill me immediately. Like, end it all. What is this shit? What is this shit? Out of an abundance of caution, the award committee has decided to revoke their award. However, the individual will remain eligible for future awards so long as they refrain from future outbursts. The good news is that we get to name Richard Hogue to the 2022 LawTube Top 10. Hey, yay. I'm sure he's happy about that. Real quick, to dispel anything, to dispel this immediately, I can basically guarantee you that Richard Hogue had nothing to do with this. All right? And I'm pretty sure that Legal Bites and I can't think of a single person on this list who would have anything to do with this paragraph at all. But it immediately makes Richard Hogue look bad, which is Richard and I get along. We have probably some pretty interesting disagreements, like politically and stuff like that. We get along great. I respect him. He respects me. Everything's fine. Wonderful. I don't think he wanted this at all. But look at what has happened now. Look at what has happened. Now there's this weird fucking thing. So here's back to my tweet. Please immediately remove me from this list. And people may misunderstand why. So I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why. It has nothing to do with the people in the LawTube group. I like all of them. I like them all. They're great. Couple, Runkle's in the chat, Robert Barnes in the chat. All these people are a collection of education, knowledge, and an individual charm that is valuable and interesting and worthy of, there's not one of them in the bunch that I, don't want to talk to from time to time. So it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with now I'm suddenly in a community that is deciding proper behavior of other community members and implementing multiple levels of punishment. Fuck off with that. I want nothing to do with that. And let's be really fucking clear on something here. Whatever DUI guy did in that courtroom pales in comparison to what I say every day and every single night on this show. It pales in comparison. He had a ooh face in court. It pales to what I do. So why am I not excluded from the group? This is the problem. Now we have a politics issue, a group politics issue, not a Republican Democrat. Now I've got a group politics issue. Why am I not kicked out? So I say to me, I kick me out because I won't be involved in kicking someone else out. I'm not their dad. I'm not their boss. I'm not their coworker. I'm me. And I know this is a roundabout way to tell you this story and to give you this advice. And I've seen people say, get on with it, whatever. You are you, and your brand is you. And what you do with that brand, this is about success on YouTube. Jeremy talked about getting into YouTube success. Grab opportunity when it comes, ride it hard. I think you can pretty much tell several people in the quote unquote LawTube community have done that. Everybody's seen great growth. I've gained like 73,000 subscribers, I think. It's been phenomenal for everybody. We're going to talk about what happens next in a minute and why this is important. But it's been great. You grab the opportunity, you run with it, you ride it. It's perfect. You ride it like you called Amber Heard fat and grabbed on. So you do that. When you get past that stage and you're now a thing, there's going to be a bunch of people who want your success. I'm not talking about other creators here. I'm talking about multi-channel networks. I'm talking about business opportunities that will get emailed to you, sponsorship things that come in, just people asking to borrow you, your brand, your numbers, whatever it is, for a minute. And that's and you have to choose where all those things go. One of those things that will try to borrow from you is an online community. And in this case, this is an online community that involves money. And anybody watching along should realize that there's a ton of it at stake here, right? Like, I don't think it's any secret that the streams that people are doing are very profitable. It's a numbers game. If you have 70,000 people watching a stream, you're going to get a lot of people contributing by super chats just as a percentage. So there's a lot of money involved in that. And there's a lot of views to be had and spread around. There are people, Rob, Law and Lumber, he just created a channel. Last month? Is he over 100,000 subscribers? His first video is 500,000 views, I think. No, wait, it might be over 1 million views. Law and Lumber. He's his first video's 1.2 million views. He's 129,000 subscribers. Dude created his channel a month ago. His subsequent videos 171,000, 137,000, 279,000, 154,000. Very quickly, he's making pretty decent cash on this side gig. It's great, by the way. That's a wonderful thing. But the potential to jump into this thing and pop up is clearly apparent to anybody who's looking. Okay. So these communities have this risk. God, it's going to sound so fucking awful. And I'm not putting this on anybody, of parasitism. Because there's symbiosis in collaboration. But in my opinion, there's parasitism in community, not from an individual to another individual, but from the community taking in from the individuals and then distributing out to the community. It sounds like something that I don't typically like, right? It sounds like something I'm not a big fan of, which is communism. It sounds like you're taking away, and it's weird because you're not actually like taking anything. There's no contribution of money, but it's this time. It's this time and brand that gets lent into a thing, and that can be fine. You might value that. It could be a nice leverage point for you. It could be a support network. It could be a growth network. It could be all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, it's still you being attached and into a thing. And once you're in a thing, there becomes this need to figure out who's not in the thing, who can't be in the thing. Because can everybody? Can any, like, for example, hypothetically speaking, can any lawyer start a YouTube channel and be in LawTube? Anybody? Should the answer be yes? More importantly, should the answer be no? What the hell even is it? If no, what's the criteria? What's the purity test? What's the no true YouTuber fallacy that we apply to it? How do you manage and regulate the thing? Because remember, no one made this. It's just happened. It was a happy accident of people getting together. But now suddenly it's a thing. Who takes out? What's the cut? How's it distributed? Who has rights? As for me and my stream, parroting a Bible verse, I will serve the grift. I will serve the grift. I like everybody I can think of who's in whatever it is called LawTube. I frankly don't even fucking know where that line is anymore. And I don't know who's in it. There's a bunch of new people who have come into and out of various streams. And I don't know. I'm not. And I'm going to state that right here. Which I don't know if that surprises people or not. I am not in LawTube. And I don't want to be in LawTube. Because I don't want anybody ever held responsible for my actions. Ever. And I'm not going to be responsible to answer for anyone else's. I worked my whole fucking life to not be beholden to somebody else, or at least as few people as possible. I'm beholden to a terms of service agreement on a couple websites, and that's too much. I'm not going to submit to any sort of community thing. That it just doesn't work for me. That's not saying other people can't do it. If other people want to do it, go build it. And I wish you much more success than I will ever have. But I will just be me doing my thing because I don't have time to do someone else's thing anymore. So this is my official point on this. I don't know, it's some gay official statement. someone in Good Logic's chat says Nick is or Ricada Law is homophobic in his slurs. I said being homophobic is ultra gay. So this is my official statement on this. I'm not in YouTube or in LawTube or LegalTube or whatever it is. I wish all of them far more success, and I pray that all of their decisions are far wiser than mine will ever be. I will always be happy with my modicum of wisdom keeping me where I belong, and that's with me. On that note, everybody from LawTube that I know of, whoever that is anymore, are as welcome today as they have been ever. And I value and appreciate any individual's contribution to my stream or invitation to theirs. So there you go. Now, and I'm almost done with this. I know this has been a long fucking monologue on this. And I really do thank you for this because, look, a brief aside. I jumped into YouTube from my law firm when I thought this is a risk, but I can make this work as a full-time profession, right? I chose that avenue and I jumped in. I seriously considered, I had to talk to my wife about it. I had to come up with some level of plan. I've been behind on that plan ever since, but I had to do this. This is my job. This is my business. When you run a business, and many of you are business owners, I know because I've seen the chats. When you run a business, you know that you think about your business all the time. It's always on your mind. This has been on my mind all day. So I thank you guys for letting me speak to this. But I'm trying to couch it as hopefully helpful advice and consideration for the many of you that want to get into this. And I think this is applicable all over the place, but I'm putting this specifically in YouTube. Here's the final point of this. The final point of this is that I remember the Vic case. I remember the Rittenhouse case. I remember everything I've done that has created the Comicsgate spikes. I remember these spikes and I know what comes next. Johnny Depp ends tomorrow effectively. And then there's a verdict jury day. And then there's some wrap-up videos and some remembrance streams and a bunch of circle jerks and a bunch of little party poppers or whatever comes next. And then it's gone. It's over. A whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of interest in this Johnny Depp case, and I'm talking high percentages, are going to go back to all the work that they have to do in their regular lives. And there's not a Johnny Depp case going on for them to care about. And there's going to be more cases to cover for sure. There's more things. I'm going to cover Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, in his case, Judge Mommy. That'll be great. Lots of fun. But it's not going to be Johnny Depp. There's no way it's going to capture the nation like Johnny Depp has, because nothing has captured the nation like Johnny Depp has, as far as I can tell, since OJ. Now, there are some people who've been watching law longer than I have. Robert Barnes may have a different example, but I can't think of anything in my lifetime since OJ that has captured the attention of so many people, news outlets, and everything. There's just nothing fucking like it. Stuff that I thought would be like it isn't close. Rittenhouse isn't even close to Johnny Depp. So now I know a bunch of you will be here. Don't get me wrong. Look, we've been doing this a long time. I know many of you will be here. You'll be watching other trial streams and daytime streams, but the overwhelming majority of people are going to go away. And when they do, all of this instant subscription stuff, all of these numbers, I watched it happen during Rittenhouse or in the post Rittenhouse era. Those subscribers don't translate into ongoing views when the issues resolve. And these big spikes in income are going to level off. And they're going to level off a lot lower than where they are. And things are going to get weird. Things are going to get really weird in a community. And here's my analogy for it. A bunch of people have showed up to COVID with a shitload of hand sanitizer. And everybody wanted hand sanitizer. Hand it out. You just hand it out. Me too. By the way, 16,000 people on a night stream is ridiculous, right? This is Johnny Depp. This is the product of that. During the day stream, 70, 80,000 people handing out hand sanitizer. When COVID's over, you want hand sanitizer right now? Everybody's got hand sanitizer. Who fucking cares? Right? It's gonna be over. The pandemic's gonna end. And there's a lot of people who are gonna be holding hand sanitizer. And suddenly everybody around them is holding hand sanitizer and they're going to go, oh, okay. And that a community that is created with a monetary interest involved, I really fear what's going to happen if at the height, at the pinnacle, at the heyday, we start creating rules about who gets in and who gets out. Because that community will probably be valuable to people. Because when you've only got hand sanitizer and you need to trade it to someone else for like, a chair or something, the community will have a chair. And if you're on your own, you might not find one. So all I'm saying to everybody out there is these online communities that involve money and business, you have to understand that your name in social media is you. Your brand is you. And however you run that is on you. For me, I will always run my brand as me. I don't have time or energy to be something else. I don't have time to perform. I don't have time to fake. And it's just me. And I don't want me to be looped into something else when it goes against what I think, feel, and believe. And I would encourage you people to look to the successful people in your lives, those who have built long-term success, people who have come up from something that is unexpected, and ask them if they're something else than who you know them to be. And I think you'll find the answer. So for all of you out there looking for advice on how to succeed in this community, not in this community, in this world of social media, I should say, I can't make you successful because you literally are lassoing a bolt of lightning. And if it collapses on it, you're in for a ride. And if it doesn't, you're in for a lot of work that I hope you have fun doing because you're not going to get rewarded for it. But if you do lasso that lightning and you make this into something, you need to navigate it with integrity to yourself. That's the most important thing. If you don't, you'll hate every second of it. And this is the business where you are not beholden to anybody else. So with that said, I'm going to stop talking about this weird, depressing fucking subject. And we're going to move on to shooting children, apparently, because that's better, I guess, of a subject. Down in Texas, we're going to talk about that. I'm going to read some super chats. But I hope you find this insight valuable and you can combine that with it, my commentary on today's situations. I would encourage people to go, if they care about this subject, to go watch Legal Bites' video. DUI guys deleted some of his tweets, so I think that's pretty telling about some bridges being patched there. But I'm the Ricada Law Show, and that's how it's going to be. So, all right. Let's read some of these chats. Holy fucking hell. What a weird show this turned into. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3, says, here's to Nick getting the best present ever, a debt verdict on Friday night. Hope you can enjoy JLP on Tuesday stress-free. Me too. Thank you, Joe Schmo. Rumble username sucks says that LawTube top 10 bullshit looks exactly like SJW infiltration I've seen occur repeatedly over the past decade. DNC, clout chasing, concern trolling, looking to destroy a loosely organized group. Could be. Don't know. Don't know. Ari Berry says, based on a video she did with Rob in it, I think it's rooted in him being scared of how the judge would treat him from here on out. It's possible, but I don't know why Rob would get treatment from that judge based on the actions of someone else. It's not like Larry's from his law firm. So Bailey 7 test. Are you legal eagle? Yes. No. I know the correct answer to that test. It is no. Wait, that's like when in Scarface, when they ask Tony if he's gay. No. Fuck no. That's when people ask me if I'm legal eagle. No. Fuck no. That's that. Yeah, Lala says, please, 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 let's not turn this into a drama community. This community is such a beautiful and friendly site. I subscribe to most of y'all because of this. Oh my God, grown-ups for once. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm out of it. That's it. I'm out of it because I don't want to be anywhere where there's even a potential for it. I don't need another online community's drama. I've been so close to so many of them, and I've watched this eat them all alive, every one of them, over and over, and I want no piece of it. Okay. Here we go. So, here we go. Back to this. Blaster Brain says, Nick, my wife came in feeling a bit randy, and now my lower half seems to have stepped on a bee. Good job. Good job. Oh God, what's going on? Let's see. Austin Muzz says, this incident reminds me of why I had to leave the rescue movement. It was fun, but it all went to pot due to drama. My doc I made about it may interest you, though. It's People Power, the Rise of the Rescue Movement. Much love. Hey, what was the rescue movement? I don't know. I don't even know what that actually is. Salty Buckeye. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you. Carbon-based. She is a typical Californian on her high horse now that she gains some notoriety by coattailing off you. See, I don't see it that way. Then judges someone like she is the almighty DUI guy put in the work and she used his work, money, and sweat, then poop. Again, people are going to form, there's no way to stop people from forming opinions about it. I think she had some not carefully considered words, and I don't know what her meaning, her full meaning was behind it. I don't perceive legal bites to have malicious intent towards anything. All right. But I just think that communities pose this risk. And you know what? The important thing to note is that I may be in a minority opinion on this. I may be the wrong asshole in the room. But I've spent a good deal of my life being the wrong asshole in the room, and I'm okay with it. I'm used to that by now. And I have one person in this world that I know I can trust for sure, other than my dad and my mom and my wife, and that's me. So I'm okay being wrong when in a sea of correct people. And I think many of you know exactly what I mean when I say that. So Charlie Heathcott says hi, Nick, with a big chat. Thank you. Hi, Nick. I'm the guy who super chatted Good Logic $100 saying, what is LawTube? Anyways, sorry for starting the drama. I think you just put the needle in the balloon, buddy. I think so. It's a crying shame. Says, thank you for being you. I really appreciate it. Leah, welcome to Paralegal Status. Dylane T says, I like panels, but I really like the ones who can carry streams alone when needed. Nick, Emily, Tug, Joe, Ian, and yes, Larry. Sorry if I miss some. It shows their awesome personalities are enough. Shepard says, Nick, you are a stand-up guy. I'm glad I found you during Rittenhouse. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Czar says, I think Turd's family counselor is looking for work if LawTube needs some head pads. Oh no. Great loner. The lesson of this drama is not to invite women into your group. I've seen that opinion a lot. I don't, again, the way I avoid all of that is I don't want to be in the group. Again, and I'm doing the group a favor. I'll save you the trouble of kicking me out. I will kick me out. It is much cleaner and easier to do so. Dr. Coolest 333. This is ridiculous. She didn't ban him. She asked him privately to not go on the live stream that day. This should never have been made public. He caused half this problem sharing private DM, rewarded for his share too. Did he send the DM to himself though? I mean, I get the sentiment that he made it public, but does it being in private make it okay? And the question is, do you want to know why? Do you want to know why she had to send the DM? Maybe people don't understand this, but do you want to know why she had to send that DM? Because I can tell you. It's simple. When I created a Twitter chat to just aggregate people I was inviting onto the Rittenhouse streams, I just created a Twitter chat room. Sent the link out every day rather than sending 10, right? I've learned from this. Send the 10 links. But that Twitter chat room has now become a LawTube Twitter chat, which I'm on the verge of leaving. And the link is shared in that chat room every day for everybody. So if you don't want someone to come on who's in the chat room, you have to tell them not to come on. Because otherwise, you can just not send the link. But when you've got a community and you need to exclude someone, even temporarily, from the community, now you have to send a message. No matter your intentions, no matter how right or wrong that decision may be, no matter the fact that it's your stream and you can invite whoever you want, you suddenly have to make an appearance of authority, right? Again, I don't think Alita has a malicious bent at all in this. I know a lot of people do. I don't prescribe that to her. I don't think that's true even. But now you've got to send now you have to send a thing if you want to not have the person. So that's why it was done in this way. But does affirmatively, so this gets into that question of, if you're inviting everybody, and I mean everybody, that room has so many people in it now. That's the main reason I wanted to leave it. It's cluttered and I can't follow it, and I have enough DMs. But there's so many people in there. And if you're inviting everybody except this person, does that being done in private make that okay? Because it's like me, I pick people every day to invite. I'm not actually excluding or including anybody. Right now, the panel that I've kind of locked down that I really like the chemistry of is me, Branca, Legal Mindset, Legal Vices, and when she has time, Andrea Burkhart. I think that makes a great show, and it's right kind of in the pocket of where I think my streams have been the most effective and entertaining. 6 weeks of time learning this, and only learned it late. But so that's who I invite. And then I invite the people in the courtroom to come on the show, during lunches or whatever. But otherwise, you've got a community, you're inviting everybody in the community, but not that guy. And I don't know that makes it good or bad. You have to decide. If you're in the community, you have to decide. But yeah, it's not private. That's the thing. That action that he brought, that he shared DMs that should have been private, except it wasn't private. It couldn't be private. There's an exclusion that happened. And that, again, I think the wise option, and this is all I'm talking about, is to not engage in this stuff. I think it's a trap, and I think it will drag you down, and I think it will mess with what you're doing. Let's see. All right, here we go. Eric V. Nick, everyone knows you are the ultra law king. Salute to the king. I'm the Pope, please. Character holding YouTube community drama seems to implode said community. Their first time. It happens over and over again. Tina, this whole LawTube thing feels just like Comicsgate and their drama. Nick, run away quick, but it's probably too late. You're already being called Pope/Caesar. I renounce my throne, but not the papal mitre, because yeah. HB, I see it says LawTube has 6,500 subscribers and averages low to mid double-digit views. Pretty sure it was Legal Bytes hosting. Well, the LawTube YouTube channel is somebody else entirely that predates all of us. So I don't even know who that is. Let's see. Runkle of the Baileys at the courthouse says this courthouse line is insane. Poor man. Why are you on the stream? Get some sleep, buddy. Squirrel Knight says, honestly, I appreciate your input, but I just hate gatekeeping, especially the snakes, the hogs, and the logs. Impotent attempt at it, lol. Those 3 channels can go the way of the dodo for all I care. Look, again, I'm not here to tell anybody how to make decisions or what decisions to make. Just giving you my perspective, which is what it is. Wayne Smith, I hate it when mommy and daddy are fighting. I don't want to fight anybody. I just want to do my show. Every fucking subject that I get involved in, Anytime something comes, my answer is I just want to do my show. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't know how anybody else has time to do all of this other stuff. Rob Ford says, if you haven't yet, please unsub from Legal Bites PSA. I'm not endorsing that at all. Not what I think is proper. Maureen Guichard sent a sticker. Thank you. Hopefully I pronounced your name incorrectly, Maureen. Dark Van 20, your nose is next. Line up against the wall, Nick. That's true. That's true. Upper Echelon Gamers with a huge chat. Thank you. He says, bruh, LawTube went through meteoric growth on a national stage. All major YouTubers experience it now. And now there are social dynamics. Don't eat each other. In my opinion, you have a very well-structured persona. Don't fall prey to the BS that is about to explode. No, that's why I'm getting out of it. Brother, I can recognize a ship whose magazine batteries are on fire, and I'm getting on a lifeboat and rowing away happily. I never liked the name LawTube. I've not really been comfortable with the idea of like any structured community. It was cute as a label to kind of get an idea of who's around. Once that label became a thing, and it's officially a thing, I think, when there's a rule and an enforcement. To me, that's when I go, this is a thing. I'm gone. And just so you guys know, I've been doing this for several years now. This is another side tangent. I advise people in Comicsgate. I advise people in the I Stand with Vic stuff. Don't do this. Don't police, don't kick out, don't take ownership, don't do it. You don't want it. I did not own I Stand with Vic. I didn't own any of that stuff. Anytime people asked me about it, I said, nope. I wash my hands. No, thank you. No, thank you. When there was big rifts in Comicsgate and people talked to me about it, I said, wash your hands and get away from the idea of policing internet idiocy. I was right every time. Robotech 2, this sounds like some real XX or 21 chromosome BS. Fans need to mock and meme any creators who pull this into oblivion. Hopefully, this is all resolved. That's what I hope. Werex says communities are like mods. They are gay and should be treated like mods and mocked relentlessly for your own entertainment. Rob Piers, hail Nick, a real national treasure in YouTube. Thank you. Candace Marie, Outlaw Tube greater than YouTube. Oh no. Isla Rodriguez, first super chat, watching since Rittenhouse. Watch many of your award-winning rants. This will go down in history as one of the best. Thank you for all the great entertainment and wisdom. Cheers. Wasn't very ranty, but I tried to be measured. William Foley says, Sic Gloria Transit Mundi. Who knows Latin? I don't know what that means. James Mueller, are those Space Marines in the background? They are. They're specifically the Bandai. The Bandai Premier Space Marines. That's it. Vic update. There's no Vic update today. There was not. Next. Satoshi was a reptiloid. Says, have you sent Criminal Lawyer Reacts / Bruce Rivers one of your official LawTube TM invitation links? I have not. I need to talk to him. A lot of people say I should. I've never met the guy. I think he's from Minnesota or something. Justin Shively, have watched every one of your streams since Rittenhouse. Whoa, that's some dedication. Have gotten me through some difficult times, especially around the holidays. Just want to commend you for your commentary tonight, which is spot on. Big fan, Racket. Say thank you, Justin. Sith Happen says, I'll be 40 in August. Rittenhouse is a biggin, but yeah, This Depp trial is the biggest one I can think of in my adult life. I'm looking forward to what y'all have to say for the Daybell trial, though. I'm here for a bit. Warhawk of Chagora says, I'm a first 1,000 subscriber. You sure are, buddy. I'm not going anywhere. Hail Pope Nicholas the First. Very much appreciate my OG followers. So great. Ian So Forth, thank you for the donation. Your message doesn't exist. Dustman Naroch says the Pope of LawTube has spoken. King dude, there's no law so obscene that the police would be not be willing to enforce it, up to and including the mass execution of innocent children. Going to turn you into an anarchist one day. Talk to Ace Archist Buck. Thanks, King dude. I'm Storm and Mormon. You compared this to the OJ trial. How would Scott Peterson compare to this trial? Scott and Lacey Peterson was pretty big. I don't know that it had the same buzz. It maybe could have, but I don't know. I always remembered sporadic like updates about that case, and it might have been just my age, but with OJ, I remember the constant of it. I didn't talk about the bodies of kids yet. I will. The Meep Kid says, if I was in your shoes, I would look in the camera and tell them to clip it and say, fuck the LawTube community. No, I don't dislike them. I like all of them. That's the problem. You don't want to do the thing. You don't want to, like, I never wanted anything formal at all because formality breeds something. But think about it. Think about how this is. They already have to write articles about the LawTube community, right? They already have to write those around me. They already have to be very careful mentioning me, because if they mention me, someone might be here for an unbreaded, and that would be very bad for like Business Insider or something to write an article that sends somebody to kill all the Asians, kill all the bikes. That would be a bad look for them. So they already have to write around it. So I'm gonna let them write whatever article they want to write. Darth Hauler, I'm a shyster lawyer, and that's good. I will never be a great lawyer. That's not bad. There is no one I'd rather be than me. Damn right, buddy. Damn right. Bad vibes. Gee, sounds like something I said a few years ago. Know where your ass is setting. Andy M. Yeah, I know you do, bad vibes. Andy M. LawTube needs to look at your playbook because you are the reason people are watching, and everyone is here to have fun. Hear lawyers of differing opinions that are joking and having fun, loving sharing their expertise. Yeah, I think there's a real caution that needs to occur. If you try and be too serious, then you're just a network, right? Like you're just court TV or whatever you end up being. And you could make LawTube a network. You could make a court TV, a law and crime, but with commentary. I'm sure people in LawTube, you can't do it with LawTube. That's trademarked to shit, but, or there's a common law trademark at least, but, you could create the thing and make that network. But I think you lose the magic. I think you lose what makes people interested, because then you got to comply with something. I think people are at real risk of losing what makes this interesting. Or maybe they aren't. But I know who's not at risk. It's me, because I'm going to tell fat jokes. I'm going to make fun of people. I'm going to swear a lot. I'm going to drink, and I'm going to have fun. And if that eventually like means that people stop watching, okay. Like that to me, because I don't want to be anything other than me. Like the only time I want to stop doing any of these things is if someone tells me I'm going to die from it. Cyrenia Zakar. And my liver works great. My doctor just told me. So we got a ways to go on that one. Cyrenia Sakari, if Elaine acted professional, it wouldn't even be an issue. Here for your channel and rules since Vic. Keep it up. Thank you, Cyrenius. Adam Gosman. I did not realize how much attention Legal Bites got from this trial. Not that it matters, but to me, you're the root of LawTube, whatever that is. See, and I will take that to my grave with regret forever. Because not because of the people, but because the name. I fucking hate it. Probably because I found you during Rittenhouse. Anyway, love your show. No, I don't like to take credit for things because it wasn't intentional. But I think whatever LawTube is birthed out of the Rittenhouse show. So it's not like there was something beforehand that you came into and you were just seeing there. No, I think it popped out during Rittenhouse. I think that's where it was born. It reminds me of Hexes from fucking Fern Gully. Ferret on the Rocks says, drama like this is why I stopped working at haunted houses. Oh, I bet. Love the people. Love the job. Love scaring people. Hate the petty crap behind the scenes between the people. Oh, and the annual respiratory infection sucked too. Dude, I can't imagine working at haunted house because it would be pretty fun. But yeah, I can see that happening. Larry, your overnight shows keep me company at work. Thanks. You're welcome. Cole Hickman, why do you think we naturally gravitate towards consolidation? I.e., Rittenhouse is awesome. Let's build a structure around it. Why do I think that? God, I hate how this is going to fucking sound, but it's honest. I made a lot of money during Kyle Rittenhouse's case. And everybody saw it. And there's a lot of money being made around the Depp case, and everybody sees it. If you want to know why there's a gravitation toward consolidation, it's because the security of the group has potential. It sounds awful. And I don't mean that. I don't think it's a conscious decision where people are like, I can take something, because I don't think it works that way. I'm gonna get a bunch of shit for this stream, I hope. I'm sure. But the reality is, frankly, just look at subscriber numbers and view counts. Just look at them. I mean, 40-second clips of Johnny Depp smiling at the beginning of this trial. Those 40-second clips that get 1.5 million views. That's like $4,000 in ad revenue. The consolidation is a mitigating of risk, right? You mitigate upside gain, you mitigate downside loss. You outsource the risk onto a community. But if that community is able to drum up interest around a thing or harness interest around a thing and focus people towards targets, everybody has benefits. Everybody has benefits to that. Who gets those targets? You heard the quartering, right? He's like, can't wait for the Depp trial to be over because my channel's suffering. Now he's being tongue in cheek, but all of these people are paying attention to this thing, and it's eating up like the YouTube algorithm, and advertising dollars are going into it because everybody wants to watch it. The algorithm is this self-serving cycle, and it builds these things. Well, again, this isn't about super chats or anything. If you can just focus attention on these videos, we get to take YouTube's money. That's the spice, right? Like that's what you really want to do. You want to rip that money right out of YouTube's penis and take that. And so, but if you're just a little channel, or even if you're a big channel but aren't tuned into a thing, having the community there can mitigate your on the big side, like the lack of engagement on this thing, or on the little side, it can help focus people to a channel that they may never heard of. Little channels don't mean less quality work. Oftentimes, smaller channels have excellent quality work. It's just you don't catch that lightning. But the communities can focus a bunch of eyes into a place. That's why people gravitate towards them. It's the same way we gravitate towards any community. Safety and shelter in numbers. I'll grow corn if you build furniture, and then I'll give you corn, you give me a chair, right? That's what we do in life as people. It doesn't change just because we're online. So I know that probably sounded really awful, like about greed. It's not about greed. And again, I'm going to get a lot of shit for this from somebody, I'm sure. But it's really not about greed. It's just a natural inclination to structure and support. Wada 4 says, have you seen the close-up vid of Elaine's face when Amber says Kate Moss for the first time? It's one of the best clips so far. She might get removed from the LawTube top 10. Search Amber's lawyer reaction to Kate Moss to find. I'll check it out. Angry Whiskers says, this is mainly why I avoid identifying myself based on community. Drama usually appears. Many people are emotionally weak and or controlling. They will often disease the things you work hard to build. Smart move to stay away. Dr. Spoon says, I got to cut back on the Horus heresy. Sounds like LawTube almost had a Horus heresy moment. Always saw each creator as their own chapters doing their own thing, coming together to share the wealth of knowledge. And that's what I think it should be, personally. The Squid found you during Rittenhouse, only stayed because of your night stream, and it turned out you're hilarious. And sometimes I make it my mission to tell jokes funny enough to make you laugh. Palmyra Productions, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Skyrim 96. I agree with RGE on gatekeeping. He's not going to gatekeep you. He's just going to have nothing to do with you. Pico Reich says, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Lamalak JF, agreed. Current panel is stellar, untempted by other channels, but to each. Respect your knowledge, humor, principles, stay sane and thrive, my friend. Hope so. Root beer buzzed. Average viewer for Johnny Depp trial may go away, but night stream viewers will remain. That's why y'all are my people. Been watching on and off since Tonka and Vic. Past 2 years. Haven't missed a night stream. You're the best. Thank you. Artemis Triest. Amber Bites only lasts as a creator when anybody else speaks. She just can't keep up alone. Proof. She goes solo. She'll go down quick. Nick built her winning style. Talk as little as possible. Let others draw it in. Again, I'm not, people will say what they want in super chats. I'm not saying anything about anybody. Gundam 78. Did you snap your neck trying to pull your nose out of this nonsense? I keep coming back for the lulz, not the LawTube. You pimpin'. Thank you. Thank you. Trevor R. Your not the works of others, more of mine rant reminded me of Ein's Atlas. Do you think Galt regretted it getting named Galt's Gulch? Yes. And being the exclusioner, did his community fall because of a woman named Karen /Dagny? Now that part I have to go back and rethink. Maybe, but I think he would regret it being named Galt's Gulch eventually on the long timeline. Rad Bell, Nick, this is why I watch you and only a select few. I don't trust community or the people who exclude people from them, except when it comes to Warhammer, because if you like the thing, don't corrupt it. Kongi Cosmos, welcome to Paralegal. Cartographer says, popes belong on the wall too, kids. Oh, shit. AWM Fishing, Griff Daddy, Griff for my channel. I catch fish and farted twice, but I'm not a rage pig and farts are funny. Have you forenoticed in your analytics that you have more women viewers because of the depth? Yes. Might explain the law drama? No. This is not exclusive to women. Again, Comicsgate just festered and ate itself for a long time when it bloated up, and it wasn't female related. It was just people in a group that suddenly had rules. It was a mess. Icy Brain stumbled across you and your lawtism during Rittenhouse and have been smitten ever since. You're damn fine, Dr. Mommy, to my stupid insomniac brain on these night streams, and that's heartfelt. Hey, thank you, Icy Brain. Noel Burns, Nick. Oh, shit, where we go? I am one of the owners of Alamo Distilling in San Antonio. Huge fan of your channel. Happy to send you a few bottles. Is your P.O. box the best place to send the whiskey? Yes. I receive whiskey there all the time. I don't think you can. Well, you probably can, but normally people can't let the post office know that they're sending whiskey. They have to just be quiet about it. But you probably have a thing. If you want to send me some bottles, I will happily imbibe them. Chuck Ross, bowling for soup was right. High school never ends. No kidding. Fadi Aldidi, honestly a bit worried Amber Heard might actually kill herself if she loses. Even though this is a hell of her own making, pretty sure it must be hell. The perspective of being known as a liar and a joke for the rest of her life. Oh, it would suck. No joke. Taylor Albin, as you or someone your size, how hard is it to publicly say, I'm sorry? First of all, as a rule, I don't believe in apologies. There are exceptions to every rule, of course, right? Apologies when you mess up, genuinely mess up, and genuinely mean the apology are basically all you can do. So you apologize. So yesterday there was a guy spamming chat with the same message about the West Memphis 3. And I had tried to send a couple chats in response that I don't know what he's talking. Like I'm not familiar with the subject. So I don't have an opinion on it. Please stop spamming the chat with it, because I won't have an answer. He seems to have not seen them. And so like he sent some more chats about it. And I eventually said, hey, knock it off. And I kind of griped at him. Well, he sent a follow-up email saying, hey, I was really sorry. I didn't mean to like actually spam the channel. I was just genuinely asking your opinion. And I responded back, okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I've just had so many people who will there will be people who will have a pet issue that they really, really need you to talk about, and they'll spam it over and over and over again. And I thought that's what it was. But he said no. So, I apologized for, misunderstanding and treating him poorly based on my misunderstanding. Cause I think that's okay. There was a miscommunication. I reacted in a way that I would not have reacted had I understood the proper context. And we worked that out. It's all gravy, right? I think that's the appropriate place for an apology. Public apologies, I'm skeptical in general, because like who do you apologize to? The public, or are you apologizing to a person? For me, I want to apologize to a people, like a person that I've wronged. But like a public apology is strange. So I'm suspicious. I'm sure there's a place that they fit. I'm suspicious of them always, though, because I don't get it. Let's see. An internet loser says LawTube was entirely Emily Baker and Legal Bites' idea. It persisted in spite of your intermittent warning. You are the wisest among them, and that is why I stay. CH, hey Nick. Been here since the Vic stuff. You've given tons of laughs and insight. Tonight, my mother told us she came back positive for breast cancer. Not much of a godly person, but my mom is. So any prayers you can send her are appreciated. I will happily do that, CH. She, may the doctors have much wisdom. May the cancer be slow, and may any treatment path be fruitful and profitable beyond expectation. And I will privately pray for her as well. Keone, hail Nick, can always count on you for wisdom and perspective. Friday Night Tights has it right, and their theme song should be a warning to all. We're not affiliated, just so we're clear. Keep on keeping on, sir. Thank you. Casey, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Skyrim 96. If the half Asian Kraken were to make a YouTube channel when he's not on Crowder and do what other law tubers do you think he'd dominate the community? No. I think he'd have a nice leg up from the Crowder exposure. But no, I don't think he'd dominate the community, personally. Chris Friday, did you get the package I sent? Maybe. I got a shirt. Someone sent me a vintage shirt. Was that you who sent me a vintage shirt? Or was it something else? I don't know. I've gotten a few packages lately. I got my Blade Devil package and I had to immediately put those books far out of the reach of children. So did you get the package I sent? Legal Bites is more professional acting, so I can see why she didn't want DUI guy on for the day, but I don't really care about any of the crappy drama. There you go. Skyrim 96 says, "Oh, dude, if you get some Alamo, you should do a review as one of your streams." Oh, 100%. Happily. Fletch says, "Government's only job is to protect pregnant women and kids. TX shows a terminal cultural decay." SD Alex 46 and 2. "I did ER nursing for a long time. One of the docs I worked with had a saying, 'Do you know how you calm down someone with borderline saying they're suicidal?' How? You lock them in a room with a knife." Oh my gosh. Casey says, "At what point do you feel bad for someone that has put themselves in the position they are in?" It depends on the person and the position. But I want just about everybody to succeed at whatever they're doing. I don't have a vested interest in people's failure. Whether I like them or not, whether I'm affiliated with them or not, I genuinely enjoy seeing people succeed at whatever they're doing. So, unless they're fat and walking, and if they fail at that, it's sometimes funny, especially with like that. I'm just gonna say sometimes failures at walking can be funny. But no, I generally like to see people succeed. So I feel bad when people put themselves in the positions they're in if they're negative a little bit, but it depends on what it is and how much they earned it. Renee Villarreal, "The interest of the group may not always be best for the individuals involved in it. Best to be a community, not an organization." If that makes sense, yes, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Don't know how to word it better. Hope all are doing well. No, you're saying like there's kind of this, like you walk up and you hang out with some people and then you walk away and you walk back and there's like this place where you might meet up. And then the organization is you buy a building and you slap your name on it. I gotcha. Dylane T, "I'll be here long after Depp versus Heard as long as you keep doing the Richards voice." Oh, P.S. My name is pronounced like Dylan, but your way sounds cool too, lol. Well, you got an E in there, Dylan. You want me to call you Dylan or Dylane? Or would you rather I call you Delane? Taylor Albin says, "You always know how to reply, Nick. Thank you. Next time Joe is on here, tell him to stop smoking cigarettes. He is blaming it on his vape juice not being kosher." Jacob Reed, "Your schnauzer is totally perfect as God made it. He gave and kept on giving. The birds can perch on it. It must be a blessing for you to wake up and smell the coffee in Brazil. Stay away from Johnny's cocaine, Roxanne." Roxanne. No, yes, thank you. Big nose. If you haven't read Cyrano de Bergerac, I strongly recommend it. Joe Schmo 1 of 3. "Ricada is the YouTube drama magnet. It even happens to lawyers." Ari Berry says, "Check out the video and you'll see where I'm coming from. I can't say I'm not crazy, but I can say I am uncomfortably extremely intuitive." Ari Berry, I've seen the theory. I'll check the video out. Bailey 7, "You asked what the test for LawTube would be, and that's it." Oh, are you legal? Yes or no? If yes, get out. Okay, that's funny. Ari Berry says, she sent a video link and says, "This is Arion the vegetarian from YouTube, by the way. Sorry I'm being cheap. Got the 6 kids, so you know how it goes." Oh, don't worry. You're never being cheap. You're never being cheap. No one has to ever donate anything at all. So you never have to apologize to me for anything like that. As 6 kids. Damn. I got 5 and I think of 6 and I'm like, Whew, that's a lot of kids. So hats off to you. SC Medic 71, all hail his papal greatness, the pontiff of grift, Nikita knows Ricada. Slowpoke 159 is here, Nick. Very well said. Always appreciated your no BS straight shooting approach. That's why I've seen almost every show of yours since the very first time I found one. Instant fan. Sorry, that was Slowpoke Rodriguez. All right. Got a couple over on Odyssey, and then we'll talk about the Texas thing a little bit, probably in a different way than what people expect. They can't starve you, says Nick. I'm trying to confirm it, but I was told that non-uniformed cops went in and grabbed the kids in Uvalde school while normal parents ended up getting arrested for wanting to go in. One who was piled on by 5 cops ended up losing his daughter to the shooter. Again, I've not been able to confirm. Malik Fox, and the problem I have with their opinions is DUI guy is not acting in his capacity as a lawyer. He's literally a guy in the gallery, not even licensed in the state. He's not there representing the law firm that is LawTube. My opinion is she was into herself because quick fame. She's getting a heavy dose of reality right now. Look, that's been an opinion I've seen kind of bandied about. The idea that some people take shit talking on the internet to be a little too serious. Like there's a thing. Like, look, what we do can be serious, right? But you can't take it serious. You are, at the end of the day, a person yelling into a microphone, whatever that means. And so to like get this idea that you're an entity sculpting society in some way towards something, you may do that. Like that may be a result. You should not get it in your head that that's what you are, because it isn't. It isn't what you are. It may be a result. I think that's that thinking is presumptuous. And I'm not laying intent behind it. I think it can creep in based on the effect. I mean, you suddenly get thousands of people telling you they value your opinions and your ideas, and you have to humble check yourself. For me, I humble check myself simply. I look down at my stomach, which is getting too big. I think about how much my knees hurt, and I remember that just a guy with a mic. Here we go. Maniac Mona. Hey, Nick, I just turned 34, and until recently had always been busy tending to family to find a man. Too busy tending to family to find a man. Can I get a toast to my birthday and to hopefully finding a man and starting a family before it's too late? Maniac Mona, of course. And that whole like idiot with a mic thing, just so everybody knows, if you don't know, I teach homeschool classes to at our homeschool co-op to junior high and high school kids, typically around the Constitution or some element of law, but typically around the Constitution. Okay. And before I did YouTube, I stepped down from it while I was doing YouTube because I know how I am in the subjects I cover, and I didn't want any issues. But before that, I taught Sunday school to the high schoolers at our church. And these kids are about to go into college. And I would tell them the most important thing is that everybody that they're talking to is just an idiot with an opinion, specifically in regards to college professors. That's a point where I think young adults can get wrapped up in the knowledge that a professor has on a particular subject that they're interested in, and then impute importance onto the rest of what the professor says about everything else based on that special area of knowledge. And I've always advised people that everybody, especially me, is just an idiot with an opinion. Now, you may have knowledge in a particular field, like I can translate some legal stuff for people, and then I can talk into a can. But outside of that, they're just opinions, and they should be taken as such. That's again one of the things I try to keep humble. The humble check is to remember what you are, and remember there's tons of people who are smarter than you on any given subject. But anyway, Maniac Mona, 34 years old, and hopefully a rapid and fruitful love story that allows you to enjoy a partner and produce a family and instill the values of service to your existing family into the next generation and hopefully into several generations beyond. Cheers to you. Good luck. Skyrim 96. No, wait. Ace of Spades says DUI guy has forgiven legal breaded bites, and she's apologized. I personally think it was a meh video, but this drama should be over with. Let people choose who they want to follow and be done with it. Don't be breaded, chat. There you go. And that is, at the end of the day, the most important thing. That you always choose what you want to do. You guys are the ones that matter in all of this. It's for you. At the end of the day, it's for you. You may have even heard me do these panels live. Some of you, it's for the fans. It's always for the fans. Now, I'm not saying you're fans of any particular person. Saying that's a general. That's the audience. It's so many places, businesses, and people have forgotten that the audience is all that matters. The customer is all that matters. Not doing this for the creators. It's for the fans. Skyrim 96. I wonder how much it would cost to get you the half Asian and Ben Shapiro as a legal team. Why would you want a half Asian and a quarter Jew? Zachary DeCastella, because he's short. Zachary DeCastella, first-time chat, long-time viewer. Your monologue is crystallized for me while I watch your content. You have an authenticity that I aspire to. Enjoy the money, you shyster lawyer, disloyal. Glenn F. Nick, I agree that these are two rich, privileged people, but this is about false accusations of domestic violence and sexual assault. I think all people care about that. I'm not so sure they do to the same level. I'm not so sure the same level, but maybe. Okay. All right. God. I'm saying, damn it, not because of the super chat. I was about to talk about the kids, and it's fucking mass murders, man. Murph Dog says, got my JD after retiring. I'm a 20-year vet who had my leg blown off in Iraq. Holy shit. I graduated with my law degree because I was always accused of liking arguing. Now I breed pythons. Do what you love. Cheers and drink, you shyster lawyer. Murph Dog, cheers to you, buddy, for turning something awful and fucking tragic into something you love. And I'm not talking about your leg. I'm talking about the fact that you went to law school. But seriously, thank you for your service and sacrifice of a literal portion of you. And I'm glad you have landed doing what you enjoy. Cheers, man. To self-direction. You know it when you know, you know. All right, here we go. Okay. You know about the shooting. I'm not going into the circumstances of the shooting. I don't know about the identity of the shooter. I don't fucking care. Right? Shootings are anomalies. Shootings like this. This is something different. It's not predictable. It's not actually frequent. It seems frequent because it's so fucking terrible. This is an elementary school, man. Someone took a gun and went in and shot a bunch of little kids. Most of my kids are elementary age. So, you know, what do you do? Yeah, you send your kid to school and they don't come home. Every parent's worst nightmare. It's the worst. It's the fear. It's the only thing you can at some point in your life fear. You push it away, it's a distant possibility. I mean, it happens other ways, car accidents, whatever. Just bad luck. But this is different. There's a malice behind it. There's evil. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, what it is demonic. Whether that's legitimately supernatural or just metaphorically fucking depraved. You're taking away the potential of everything from someone. And it's something special, especially separated from just murder. The idea that you're murdering a person, yes, but also the dreams and aspirations of the parents. You're attacking them at a time of innocence before you can say, well, yeah, but that guy was a shit. It all happens then. So what do we do? And the thing that I can't fucking stand is that the first thing that is done is to take a political project tangentially related to the issue and try and ram it down the throats of a community, of a county, of a state, of a country grieving loss. I don't know anybody in Uvalde, Texas, but I can fucking empathize. I'm not Amber Heard, right? I can empathize. I can say that's my fear. That's the one thing. What else are you afraid of in this world? Like, really, what are you afraid of in this world? If you're single and like 26 and male, I can only speak to the men, frankly. Like, I don't know what runs through women's heads. I don't know if there is a uniform thing, but I can speak to the men. If you're like 26 and single and a man, you're like, what the fuck ever? Like, what honestly scares you? Nothing can scare you. You may have apprehension about something like, oh shit, I really don't want to go to war. Fuck, I prefer not to get murdered or whatever. But when are you scared? When are you in terror? When are you afraid? What would keep you awake? When you have kids, this is the answer. It will keep you awake. You'll look and you'll say, I send this little thing that I have all these expectations and thoughts and feelings about off. And the expectation and the norm is that it comes home. So I can empathize. I know that fear. I would rather face 1,000 gunts dripping their Fremunda cheese at me than the idea of what happened in Uvalde. I would wade into any fist fight, gunfight, knife fight before choosing what happened in Uvalde. I think it's a parental thing. I don't know if I would have articulated it before, but you would step in front of a train for them if you thought it would keep them from getting hit. This is kind of a dumb thing because it's like, why would you step in front of the train? Just grab the kid instead. But it doesn't matter if you thought that's what you have to do. That's what you would do. It's there's no logic or reason to it, but that's more than just. It's more than just a thing. It's your person. It's you. It's half of you. And the other half is typically someone you love or did like at some point, right? And it's manifest and you see it every day. You see you and you see them in this combination that makes something different, but uniquely identifiable every time they do something. Like, I walk just like that. I would tell that joke, and I hate that joke. You know how much I hate puns. My 14-year-old, he makes puns all day. And I hear him, and I'm like, oh, I hate puns. But if I was 14, I would have made the same fucking pun. It's something that you can't articulate it very well. So I'll leave it there. I can empathize specifically with this thing, this fear, this dread, this beyond apprehension, this terror. They might not come home. That you might not see yourself walk through the door. You might never have to tell them to get off their fucking iPad and go to sleep again. Because you tell them to get off the fucking iPad every day. Every day. If it meant just one more, right? And so you have this thing happen, and you've got the people in the community. Of course, you got the parents who've actually lost children. You've got the people who know those kids and know those parents who are mourning with them. You have the community itself. They don't know the kids, but they would. They're going to meet them. It's going to be the kid who comes into the bike store or whatever stupid business you run. You're going to have to yell at him, get your Magic the Gathering cards out of here, you piece of shit. And it's never going to happen. So they know. And then as it gets attenuated by spheres, it's a little bit out there, but it does. You can be across the country and you go, can't imagine that happening here. And what's the first fucking thing? The first fucking thing. Some motherfucker comes out and, well, if we would have just banned assault rifles, probably wouldn't have happened. And all you want in the world is an assault rifle, not to shoot that guy, but to turn it around and beat him to fucking death with the stock. And it's every time. These stories are probably exaggerated. They said the Mongols used to pile up the dead outside the wall of a city so they could use it as a ramp to climb over the walls, right? Baller move. That's what they do with these fucking kids. The wall, the wall they're climbing over with the pile of dead bodies, of dead children. Step on them gleefully every time. You can see it. You can see it because they mock. They mock and they pretend. Come in there, it's weepy-eyed. The kids, I care about the kids. It's like, you don't fucking care about these kids. You didn't care about these kids, because the reality is nobody else cared about these kids until they died, because they didn't know them and they didn't have an expectation that anything other than that kid was going to come home was going to happen. They didn't need to care about the kids once you get far enough away. Let's not pretend that anybody cares about any kid outside of their immediate sphere until tragedy. But that's acceptable because your brain doesn't have the emotional capacity to care about the normative outcome, which is the kid comes home. In tragedy, everybody cares. But these people act like they fucking cared all the time. Oh, I always cared about that. You didn't care about shit. You're a politician. Nobody believes you. And they walk in, they parade in some other kids. Like that's a good image. Well, here's a replacement group for your dead fucking son or daughter. You're still holding them, crying. Let me walk these kids in front of you to talk about gun violence. This isn't about gun violence. This isn't about your pet political project. That wall. Sorry, I got sidetracked. That wall is your sensibility of liberty. That wall is your sensibility of freedom, of rights. Did you hear the glee? Did you hear the fucking glee when they found out that the shooter, his dad was pro-gun? Did you hear you could hear it reading it in the articles. Oh, the dad was pro-gun. Fucking right-winger, right? No idea if he is, but you could hear it. You could hear the keys pressing. Their political project is here. You are here. And there's a wall. And these walls are your values, your sensibility, your understanding of freedom and liberty, your understanding of rights. And they are so happy when they get to stack bodies so they can step over it and speak to you. And I fucking hate those people. I hate them. And they wait for it. You can see them on Twitter. Can't wait till there's another mass shooting to teach these people. Hope it happens in their town next. These are the worst people on the planet that would step over a pile of children to deliver their political project into you, to get past your sensibilities, to sacrifice the parents' and the children's dignities on the altar of their belief. And I don't have any solution. I don't have any resolution. I just want to express how much I fucking hate them. And all of them can have their fucking dicks stapled to a table and bleed to death. That's my soapbox. That's what I got on it. I haven't been able to talk about it because depth streams, interviews, people have asked, people have sent super chats. What are your thoughts on the Texas thing? It's like, what do you got? What do you got? There's no thoughts. Like, you want me to disavow mass shooting? Obviously. I disavow an individual shooting most of the time. Mass shootings, happy to do so. It's not like some secret. There's not a group of people who want mass shootings to like because they like guns or something. That's weird. So I'm not sure what people are after on that, but since a bunch of people had asked me, I wanted to give my opinion. And let me just say, the point of the metaphor, the analogy, whatever it is, I guess it's an analogy, simile, the children being stacked up to get around your wall. The wall has always been the only thing keeping you safe. And the fact that they're stepping on the dead bodies of children to get past it is really important. The wall's still there, and it remains there because it's the thing keeping you safe. The price of essential liberty is risk. And it's awful when that risk comes out wrong. But the cost of losing liberty with the illusion of eliminating risk is that the results of that risk are distributed far more frequently and far more equally than you've ever seen. And it's a hard thing to stand in the face of the entire world telling you that your rights, your liberty, your freedom, these walls that have protected you for your entire life should now go away because of thing X. They're the ones asking you to change who you are, what you believe, what has kept you safe. And you should always be suspicious of the Mongol horde leaping down from the wall and into your village because they piled up the bodies of the next village to get over it. You make your own decisions on your beliefs. That's my spiel on it, and I'd rather not talk anymore about it because I really fucking hate thinking about it. Okay. All right. The Squid says, gonna join the simp crowd and send you a $5 bottle of whiskey, not because I like you, but because I want you to know what rubbing alcohol tastes like. Oh, no. 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 Carl Webster says, it is frequent. 212 mass shootings in the USA this year. It's not. I'm sorry. Need gun control, any gun control or bullet control. Live in Australia, and we banned semi-automatic rifles in the 90s. In Australia, gun live is a privilege, not a right. Yeah, you can keep it that fucking way in Australia all you want. Don't touch my rights ever. The 212 mass shootings this year. I'm sorry, brother. Mass shootings are a nebulous category that are completely devoid of a statistical link to what has happened here. The last shooting of this kind was Adam Lanza in Parkland, or not in Parkland, in Newtown, 2014, 2012, something like that. Parkland's a different category. That's a high school shooting by a high schooler. This is an 18-year-old, similar to Adam Lanza shooting up in elementary school. It's a different level. There's different motivations. There's different evils at work. But the bulk of those 212 mass shootings, that's a gang problem. It's a gang violence problem. And if you take 5 cities out of the United States, just 5 of them, out of the entire country, we have the crime rate lower than the majority of Europe. A murder rate, I should say. 5 cities. That's it. So I'm sorry, man. The 212 mass shooting things, I know like every town or whatever has their statistics. Those statistics are misleading. They categorize things together that shouldn't be categorized together. Is this mass shooting the same as the Las Vegas mass shooting that we had a couple years ago? Well, the Las Vegas one doesn't get any press anymore for various reasons, but no. How would you prevent these two things? And if you say banning guns, you'd be incorrect. Whatever Australia had, we have a shitload more guns than you guys could even dream about. Removing the guns is going to be a nightmare. But that and there's not a united effort to do so. But that being said, the people using these guns often are not using them. Well, they're certainly not using them legally. They're not acquiring them legally. Adam Lanza killed his mom and stole her firearm. But anyway, the problem with lumping all these things into one statistic, like mass shootings in that 212 number usually involve like spree shootings where someone in a spree of gang violence will shoot multiple times over a 24-hour period, for example, shoot multiple people. Those aren't all mass killings, by the way. Mass shootings are not mass killings. Those have different criteria. These are all of different characters. And the problem with lumping them together is it doesn't aid in prevention in any way. Most of those mass shootings are handgun bans or would be handguns. So banning a semi-automatic rifle, the overwhelming majority of those 212 mass shootings, semi-automatic rifle isn't involved. Pretty sure Adam Lanza, his semi-automatic rifle jammed and he switched to handguns to shoot the kids, if I remember right, as well. But again, risk. Liberty is risk. It's always risk. And I don't want the government to protect me. And the reason I don't want the government to protect me, like, because if I mitigate my risk, or if I mitigate my liberty for a reduction of risk, right? Like that's the idea. The idea is that the government is going to take on that risk and fix it. And what did we see at this school? The government stand by and not stop the problem. I will always trust my own hands before a state agent who is self-interested. I don't want to mitigate my risk. If you want to talk about how to like shore up schools and protect them, I'm all for it. I didn't think that conversation was super appropriate as we have a bunch of dead kids. But at a later date, happy to talk about it. Absolutely. Gun control is not the answer. JH says, go to bed. No. Artemis Treese running 45 minutes behind. Amber Bites. Never heard of FDR quote. That was the crux. Joel Aguias says, hey, Nick, just want to thank you so much for all the coverage of the Depp trial. Even though I can't watch it all late at night here in Sydney, Australia, I catch up the following day. Always entertaining. You're a legend. Hey, thank you. Echelon Entertainment says Jack Murphy could use some advice on apologizing and moving on, not bring it up as everyone out to get you. Lol. No kidding. Ashley Dininger, welcome to Paralegal. Ella Mester says, Nick, been following since the Vic GoFundMe vid. Never cared about the LawTube moniker group. Still don't. You're consistent, and that is key. That's why I'm your fan. Thank you. Keep being my favorite internet shock jock. Hashtag grift me too. HFSKAFHJDA says, is it that police need to feel imminent threat, or those they rule over need to feel imminent threat before they act? I mean, the legal standard is if a police officer perceives anyone to be if they're in fear of anyone being in legitimate imminent risk of bodily harm or death, they have the authority to act, but they can't be compelled to. We have case law on this, Castle Rock versus Gonzalez. A police officer cannot be compelled to action to save someone. Well, if I can't compel the state to save me, then I'm not willing to sacrifice my ability to save myself and count on the state. Poorly redacted, unpopular opinion. How many kids must be lost before you give up your guns? All of them. Kids shouldn't be forced to grow up helpless in a country that stole their rights. A life without freedom is hardly a life worth living. That was poorly redacted's answer. Chris Cola says it's a mental health crisis, not a gun crisis. I agree that there's a lot to talk about there. But again, I'm not here to push any particular political opinion. I think we have a moment. We have a moment where we can all just kind of go, fuck. And then we can talk about things in a little while. It'll be okay. There's a whole election season for us to do this. Romo Drummer says, with all due respect to Mr. Shaster, if it's not a statistic, please explain to us why a shooting or tragic event always happens around the same time frame, May to October every year post 9/11. I don't know, man. Could be school getting out. Could be school starting up. I don't know. There's a lot of different things it could be. Random Blaze, my hang up is how this kid purchased 2 ARs at over 5,000 in ammo. No idea. I don't know the details. Keldrig says there are 130,930 K through 12 schools in the United States. There are, last I saw, 27 school shootings in 2022. That's approximately 2% of schools. No, it's less than 2%. 0.0206% of schools. Statistically irrelevant to any debate about gun control. Gun control wouldn't stop this. Also, that's just shootings. That involves all sorts of weird events as well. They're not all shootings like this. Ruby Red Lopez 418. Police were in pursuit of the suspect because he shot grandma. He crashed, starts shooting at officers running towards the school. Authorities watched him run into the school. Body cam shows him running into entrance. Skyrim 96. In the words of our forefathers, I rather have dangerous freedom than peaceful slavery. And for the a-hole from Australia, oh, come on now. How's your knife crime? Because over here, guns save way more people than they kill. That's an interesting thing. But again, I know it was going to come down to this, but I'm not here to push my political agenda either. Not here to do it. Yeah. Renee Villarreal, cops help victims when seconds matter, minutes are too late. Okay. Well, with that said, you know what time it is? Since we've had such a heavy night, which thank you for hanging out with me through this heavy night. I'm ready. It's that time. Let's end it with some levity, shall we? Shall we do this? Can we do this and not think about drama and dead people? And 438, that's last night's number. That's last night's number. I'm going to re-roll because that's last night's number. 498 last night? Ah, shit. I didn't want to read one of these pages. I'm going to re-roll. I'm re-rolling. I'm calling an audible. I don't want to read a repeating page today. 748. There we go. That's what we're doing. I have taunted the guy. Okay. Okay. All right. This is a page that I have not seen. I don't believe. All right. If you don't know, We're just talking about mental health and mass shootings. If you don't know what this segment is, I am expecting many of you are about to leave. Okay? But if you're with me, this is the unbreaded reading. We're about to read one page from a book written by Matthew Harris. Matthew Harris is a philosophy professor, a former philosophy professor from UCLA. He got his PhD in philosophy from Duke University, and he released this manifesto. He also threatened to kill all the faculty at Duke, which I do not endorse at all, or at UCLA. I do not endorse that in any way. He was foiled. He was foiled by a background check. Go figure. There are background checks on gun purchases, and his properly turned up a restraining order, and he was prevented from buying a gun. So go team. He was arrested for these violent threats that he made. But this is his book called Death Sentences. It is full of offensive and racist, horrific language, but that's okay because Matthew Harris is black. Very important to note. And I will, of course, moderate the worst racial slurs that are in there for the purposes of YouTube and the sensitive. This is going to offend you, so leave. If you don't know what this is, leave. Are you ready? Are you ready? Attract the correct sperm and not to let the wrong sperm in. The egg has the soul's duty to fulfill, and the egg must attract the correct sperm for the correct soul to be fulfilled. The egg must call the sperm. The woman must call the man. The woman must pull as much as the man must push. The woman must call the man. The woman must not be passive and indifferent. The woman must not allow triangles to form. A white boy as a graduate student gets treated above the black man as a colleague, even when the binger is teaching classes. His life, thoughts, and interests matter less than the white boy who is a student. The feminist doesn't give a fuck about helping a binger's career or his life. She doesn't give a fuck about his survival. She doesn't give a fuck about his life. As a binger, you are a decoration for the diversity quota, and your world is insignificant. Fight back with explosives, binger. It takes much letting you to be dead. Maybe you aren't strong enough to go there yet. Prove to me you are the strongest. Dive for the ultimate letting go and leave behind an example that sets the record straight. You wouldn't even help a black colleague advance his career. You ignore him like he's a worthless binger, but you had all the time in the world to get drunk with a white graduate student for the 5 years you were above him. You nurtured his cock and his career with booze. I'm already dead in everyone else's life, and this world is my to experience anything I want. Did Malcolm X deserve to be murdered? Maybe. Well, was he a traitor? You nurtured this white boy with privilege and attention no binger gets. Don't act like we are equals when you feminists only care about white men advancing. No wonder he's a professor now, because you gave him all the special opportunities and catered to everything he wanted. You gave him lots of time and got shit-faced together. You partied with him after talks and got drunk, while a binger couldn't even get you to read his papers. You were getting intoxicated with white graduate students. What does that say about the woman who is lecturing about groups and diversity when she doesn't value black lives? Teach them the ways of revenge and prove to me that you are the strongest. It's lean meats. It's a me. We let you teach about groups and diversity, and you don't give a fuck about bingers' lives. We let you lecture us about groups and cultures, and you don't give a fuck about black lives. You don't give a fuck about anything but white men. You dated your white graduate students. I knew you were for way longer before you became a professor. And once we were both professors, you would rather get drinks with a fucking graduate student for years back and forth. You would rather get drunk with him when he's got way less hurdles to endure and bridges to cross and way less to offer. It's almost like you were just plotting to make sure a binger doesn't win. Use a binger while you're collecting funding. Use my ideas to get big on the internet. I'm the one who made you use Reddit and got the site all its major attention. Fuck you, white hypocrites who took my videos down after a binger made it bigger than you at UCLA and got attention for whistling at a white woman like Emmett Till. Fuck all you racist hypocrites. Fuck you and your worthless careers. You ain't shit and you all dying of cancer. Fuck you. I saw advisors take white boys to conferences and show them how shit works. Never once did anyone invite me to explain shit. She told him, get someone else to sign for it. That shit will make you want to detonate a white church. Once you see it is impossible not to see it. Another attack is the words learn more, as they constantly try to attack a binger's mind to convince him he hasn't gone far enough or achieved enough to be worthy of this world. It is a prison for a binger's soul to constantly be insulted by the words learn more. It is a psychological attack. The black dean didn't really help. She said some words. She shuffled her papers around and gave me a free t-shirt. She didn't save the day. She didn't step. Unbread. There you go. There you go. The Daily Unbreaded. If that was your first time being here for one of those, you're welcome. You're welcome. 500 lost? That's not bad. That ain't bad. 500 disloyal Shaster viewers. Actually, I went back and looked, and in fact, I believe it was you who were disloyal, actually. All right. Okay. Here we go. Got a couple more of the big chats, then we'll do the rest of the chats, and then it's Betty time, Betty Boo time to get up for tomorrow. Big day tomorrow, of course, in the Johnny Depp case. Should have worn the Pope hat. I'll get it for tomorrow. The Squid says it's useless comparing Australia with us in regards to weapons. Australia is ocean locked. You can't get the same results in a country with two land borders, one of which has everything, including people, smuggled across every day. Southern Mama, love when insomnia kicks. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Plus, Australia doesn't count because you might not have guns, but you can throw like wallabies at people, and that's just as fucking deadly. Or really any flora or fauna that exists on the continent, which is basically designed to kill humans. Darius Harvey, thank you for the donation. Kaiju Spirits is food for thought. Not everyone who checks out for Unbreaded can't handle the content. Sometimes I leave right after you finish it because it's usually late in the night. Oh, that could be. That's a good point. That's a good point. Okay. Yeah, that was a tame page. It was just like that opening bit about the sperm and the egg was pretty good. I liked it. Very interesting. All right. Where am I? Roy Rat, we have we have a veterans unemployment problem in this republic. Why are we not employing them in the schools? Service and sacrifice is the heart of the veteran. Well, I mean, one reason would be why employ security when you could employ another administrator. Ari Berry, did they also read that his dad abandoned him while they destroyed the nuclear family? Freaking POSs. Rumble username sucks as the Aussie government literally set up some mental deficient as the fall guy for a shooting they perpetrated to take the guns. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Australia isn't even real. That's the truest thing. Australia doesn't exist. Roy Rat says, wow, great page. Good call on the re-roll of the copy pasta page. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3. I got to say, it was fun to vicariously show Pippa on your channel after they refused your interview. Branka was a cherry on top. I don't know why they would refuse my interview. After the unbreaded reading, I have no idea why they would do that. Okay. This is going to be a bit shit. I'm just looking at this. This is a big show. You guys sent a ton of chats tonight. I thought I was just behind because I monologued for so long, but nope. You guys sent a whole lot of chats. So thank you. We're gonna get through them. Hopefully kind of quick because I got to go to bed. Atheist Jesus says, "Hey Nick, I was inspired by your Rittenhouse coverage to study for law school. Anyway, got to tend to the machine spirit of my bagpipes. I have my first competition on Saturday. Wish me luck." You're a bagpipe competitor? That's cool. Good luck, brother. All right. Braidlin Zimmerman. Nick's nose is always on time. He needs to walk for several minutes for his bearded head to also appear. Love the streams, you disloyal shyster lawyer. Doug Murray says, Racket sent you an email about the price of gas. Okay, cool. I'll check it. Hector Cortez, I was really hoping the two big girl lawyers would go against each other. Would have been the first kaiju fight in the courtroom. Oh, righty. Congrats to Spectre for pimping his cherry with Vickyverse. Oh, Spectre go bang Vickyverse? Good job, Spectre. Somebody had to. Liberty, shout out to Legal View. He's an up and coming law tuber with 506 subs. He provides excellent legal analysis and has a sweet unibrow. Check him out. To Legal View. Well, guys, check out Legal View. Although he's called a law tuber, disloyal. Timothy Reaper, Herd's team kept bringing up someone called the Umbrella Man. When are you going to interview this mysterious stranger you've definitely never met? I don't know. Rob Ford 7777. How do I apply to become part of LawTube? Is it true I submit my application to Legal Bites and she makes the final decision? Romo Drummer says you should make merch that says, hello, my name is Nick Rekieta. I own a YouTube channel called Rekieta Law. I'm always late to my own live streams. Congiant, back to playing Elden Ring after the Depp trial? Yes. Yes, I want to finish it. Recovered Alcoholic says, drink because I can't. Thanks from northern Minnesota. Well, I've had a few. I don't want to pour another one, but I did. You sent this a long time ago, so I definitely fulfilled that quota. Bobo Vasquez says, sup, Mr. Rekieta, keep kicking ass. I might be related to Camille. Need to do a DNA check. Well, see if you can. I don't know if you want to get a sample of her DNA or give her a sample of yours. You try it out. But if you're related, that could be a big problem, I think. Joe Colta says, Nick going to give us all the talk. Has to be done every now and then. Chrissy, little sad you're not doing a 24-hour show, but my late night cravings are satisfied with all the snacks I stocked up on. Here's to them coming back Friday after a couple of hours. And I'll still be doing a night show tomorrow, so we're going to have a lot of show time. It just won't be the 24-hour because it won't be useful. Venray Lal could just pull a mini subathon and stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. It'll be like going to an anime convention, 4-day drinking binge, #unbreaded. I sleep at anime conventions, though. Lord Vader, has Nick done a 24-hour stream? Absolutely. He pledged the full 24 hours. Yes. Casey, will we ever get Lady Rackets on again? Hopefully. She's not the most like people person. So she kind of coming on to a show for her takes a lot of energy. So I appreciate when she does come on, but she's not an extrovert. And so it takes a lot of, it's draining. Mr. Armageddon, Judge, I don't do dinner. Johnny Depp, don't worry, Judge. I got their dinner covered. Geedy Fearer, please respond to the drama that now Emily Baker has passed you in subs. She's engaged a coven of witches to curse your already troubled soul. Emily Baker is doing absolutely fire streams to hundreds of thousands of people. It's very inspiring. It's great. There's no drama there. She deserves her success. Justin Woods, simping truly is the root of all evil. Chaotic Frosty, the reality of the internet is that it takes group dynamics to dance on the graves of children. There you go. Dank Count, can we see the body of the shooter? And it looks like Daniel Defense is being targeted the same way Remington did in Sandy Hook. The Argonath says, this is Black Nika country. That's right. That's a Japanese, people confuse. That's a Japanese whiskey called Black Nika. Shanna Lee, can anyone refresh my memory? Did Io admit to her doing the grumpy on the bed? I can't find it now, but I thought I heard it in the testimony. I don't think so. Venray Lal, Amber may lose this trial, but at least she's shown she may be able to gain renown as the next 2 girls, 1 cup, 1 Amber, 1 bed. Ditzy, gay drama, guns, internet BS, unbreaded. Not Heisenberg says, do you think the gun flaps when he farts? Yes. Charles League, I just learned about Ralph from you and Chrissy Mayer, and I'm already unreasonably pleased seeing his gun get beat worse than Amber claims she was. You know, like Ralph has some Amber Heard-like tendencies. And this Portugal story, so we all, well, I don't know if we all, many of us watched Ralph get his ass kicked, right? You may have watched it today on the show, on the daytime show. Many of us watched Ralph get his ass kicked in Portugal. But what does Ralph then do? I mean, Ralph got beat the fuck down. That was obvious. Dan, I think is his name, a Brit Bong, took a big meaty fist and smashed it into his face and the side of his head over and over. What does Ralph do? He tells the police that these guys had knives. He posts on the internet, they must have had brass knuckles because I had a cut on my chin. Can't be explained. It's like people get cut from bare knuckle punches all the time. If they had brass knuckles, you'd have been in way worse shape. So what did he do? He took the Amber Heard route, right? Whatever happened, he made it way, he accelerated it to the point of unbelievability. Plus, we can watch the video. You can see no brass knuckles present. Shameful. Shameful display. Cargo pilot guy, I'm not surrendering my Second Amendment ever, period. This is my only remaining political value, and I'm not budging a single inch for any reason. Average Joe, lawyers write laws that require lawyers to discuss. Austin Olson, Attorney Tom DM'd me about buying my kids 3 to 6 month old clothes. I told him they were too big for him. Nick Afifi, we demand internet water sports. No. Oh, gross. Venray Lal, I've always thought it was strange that therapists can be separated out to the rapist. Very strange indeed. Richard King 3, Daddy Yankee, we love Camille. Keep up with the savagery just like she would against the pathological liars and Amber's confused lawyer. Darth Vegeta, I've seen several groups self-immolate over the years on YouTube. First the atheists, then the skeptics, then the blood sports crowd. I look forward to the LawTube harvest. Keep the entertainment coming. Kick Jack, drama could be solved before it started by saying this. I have an opinion, but I have sent a private message to talk, and we will talk on a stream. Casablanca, tell North Viking that Tau are better than Space Marines. No, that our superior range firepower dominates the puny Space Marines. One Space Marine with a single combat knife can kill the entire Tau military if their batteries run out. Lucas, Ralph is just a grown-up Cartman from South Park. He's a big fat wannabe who acts tough but cries and runs away every single time he's confronted. Ben George, Amber had to be the last witness. She had to have the last word. She had to project herself as a victim like a good Democrat. It's more like a good Amber. Let's see. Deadpool says, the Zeitgeist. Kick Jack, Daniel Defense weapon was used in the assault. Please speak into their soul and tell them not to submit to the mob that will come. Chrissy, if I was one of those jurors, I'd be so pissed that Amber took 6 months of my life. I'd give Depp at least his $7 million back, probably a little more. Contrarian says Quartering shoved his way onto the stream to force Nick to repeat himself on a topic he already closed just to grift subs. Westfield 90, I'm Indian and you are spot on. Look at the Twitter PV vid with Indian guy. Reveals all to blonde white honeypot. I didn't even think about that. That's phenomenal. The Project Veritas video. Jeremy Abramson. Hey, Nick, I tweeted this and you missed it. But why the heck is Green Lake so nasty? Every time I go to Spicer, it concerns me immensely. Hell of a great bait shop, though. Is Green Lake nasty? I don't go on it. I'm not a big lake person, and Green Lake's fucking cold. So we sometimes go to that beach by Zorba's, but I prefer not to. But is it particularly like gross? Normally it's not. But I don't know. Bobo Vasquez, don't you find it odd since Amber didn't seemingly authorize the release of that video, she didn't object to its publishing? Laughing Dog, don't take this the wrong way, but if you send your kid to government commie school, you are asking for it. Again, I'm not using a massacre to promote my beliefs on public schools. Again, there will be plenty of time to talk about that. Abby says Alan White from the band Yes died yesterday. Casey Monson, I heard officers went inside to grab their children, and that is it. The police station was 3 minutes away. Those local cops are a joke. Runkle of the Turd says you should start a campaign to donate money in honor of Amber Turd to the Children's Hospital of LA. See if the media reports on it. I don't want the media to report on me. I really actually don't at all. Truth Seeker says, have you tried Jefferson's Ocean? Yes. Westfield 90 says cops emasculated over last decade. In California, car chases end when gas runs out or criminal kills another motorist. I remember when they would ram the car. Johnny Cause, anyone ever tell you that you talk/sound like Tobey Maguire? No, I don't get that. I get John Kavanaugh a lot. The trainer for Conor McGregor. Janiel Vargas, question, why is Devin from Legal Eagle such an albatross on YouTube? The mofo has a staggering 2.3 million subs. Thanks, Nick. For me, I've never really liked him because first, his channel looks like what I expect a law channel on YouTube to look like. And I know that sounds weird, but it makes me hate it because lawyers put on a lot of front a lot of times, and that's cool. I get it, but I don't have to like it. And the second thing is once he started injecting, he pretends to be neutral, a neutral observer, and he was very neutrally observing lots of movies and doing his cute little legal analysis. Okay, legal eagles, let's see if this is really like being a lawyer. Okay, whatever, fine. But it started really with the Captain Marvel movie when he reviewed the deleted scene and came up with the most incorrect assessment of self-defense that you could have. It was absurd. Then it was all the Trump stuff that he did where he basically took God knows how much money for a Freedom of Information Act request through his private setup donation website with no accountability or accounting. And then it culminated for me with the Rittenhouse stuff. His analysis of the Rittenhouse stuff was just fucking wrong. It was just what I mean, it was embarrassingly wrong. So if people like Legal Eagle, that's fine. I am not a fan of his work product. Nice suits though. Sklatty, SC Lady 48. DUI Plus was so excited to go on other shows to share his in-court experience and found out through chat he wasn't welcome. Legal Bites went too far, in my opinion. Mort, I'm a huge fan of Legal Vices. Glad he's joined and that you've kept him in the mix. Everyone on your stream is top shelf. Kick Jack says, I wish I had a supercut of every time you were totally uncomfortable with the LawTube idea name from the very first mention of it. I remember. Necrotic, he avoided talking about it till people blew it out of proportion, so he had to address it. They've resolved the issue. People can have disagreement. Summer Smalley, you're excluding people by not sending links. Nope, because I was never inviting them in the first place. Chrissy wasn't going to do a third, but here you just reached spirit animal status for DM explanation. You're awesome. Get some sleep. Jack Bauer, Nick, when are you going to pay me for that last top 10 post you made me write for you about LawTube vote one off island? Thank you, Jack Bauer. Illegal mindset. You can't be a minority alone. Too many carb in all that bread. Too many carbs in all that bread. Bishop brackets. True to grift. DUI guy equals God of cross. Legal work, not legwork, not teamwork equals success. Pope equals Matt Harris. Yes, I stole the handle. Southwest H-Town. Thank you, illegal mindset. Rainbow Bright 13. How long did you think jury instructions will be? Probably about an hour is my guess. I could be wrong on that. Stephen Young, is there a funder petition to get the Umbrella Man into a courtroom for the verdict? Brewing Bear, I don't think he wants to be identified. If you care about net drama, you don't have a life. From Brewing Bear. GH24 says, what's going on in this neck of the woods? Oh, too much. Darius Harvey sent a chat. I don't know if I addressed that one, but if I didn't, thank you. I think I did. Michael Muddragon says, how dare you be all reasonable amid the drama? My spirit to yours. Thanks for the donation. Dark Matter says, good job getting from the dumpster fire LawTube. That is disgusting optics. Who made anyone the enforcer and gatekeeper there? As a side note, unsub from Karen Bites. Jenny, thank you for the donations. Or donation. Cherry and Max, if bringing up the school shooting doesn't put things in perspective, we're beyond help. I'll put my love and support behind the grieving. Pride or honesty, if you apologize soon, you might be able to get back onto that LawTube top 10. I can't even get off of it. Thomas Finton, thanks for the donation. 24, Cookie 24, bit off topic, but can you do a how normal people talk versus how lawyers talk? Also back on topic, what's it like being public defender versus private practice? Well, I've never been a public defender, but the main difference is caseload. Private practice, you are going out and trying to get cases. You have to get cases that can pay. Public defender, you're not going out to get cases. You're just dealing with a shitload of them all the time. But how normal people talk versus how lawyers talk. Maybe I could put together a video on. I can't do it off the top of my head. When you get into arguing like legal merits on things, you'll notice an argument style that's kind of baked into the education. Eric from Wisconsin, unpopular opinion. Scott Peterson did not get a fair trial. Ooh, Jack Bauer. Nick, when are you going to pay me for writing that top 10 LawTube article? Let me know when you want me to bump the next one off. Lexi, render therefore unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Far better off out of it. Do you get a little Pope mobile if you keep the new title? Yes. NCG Goggles, Gay Ops, the destroyer of communities since 2014. Jay, the Gunt video was fantastic. They should have been in a mud pit. Lol. Gross. With all due respect, I think you're wrong on Legal Bites and Hogue not being involved in that gay LawTube award statement. The reasoning and the choice of words is really similar, which is really sus. I haven't seen any evidence that they are, so I'm giving them deference on that. If someone shows me something, I could change my mind, but I don't think they'd do that. I don't think most of us cared about the designation, frankly. Like, it's not important. It's just a guy's opinion. So, Time Walker, Tergor, my friend sent the book. Should be there on Tuesday. He hopes you enjoy it. Been following since Rittenhouse. Stay breaded. We'll try. JG, hey, buddy. What was that you were reading over and over in someone's voice? Maybe Ventura. That was cool, lol. I don't know what I was reading in Ventura voice, but I've read a lot of things in a lot of different voices. Dapper Dave 2021, Nick be like, keep my name out your fucking mouth. Angry Whiskers, I feel the same as you with regards to not wanting to be beholden to others and or responsible for them. Just let me work and leave me out of it. Hard member, LawTube, sunny place for shady people. Thor call. Alita was always an uppity PC leftist adjacent Karen who tolerated Nick and his crass jokes and this DGen chat until she could ride it to her own success. This gatekeeping stunt is not a surprise. People have strong opinions on this. Ramble Breyer, you're still awake. Primark's alive. You kept me sane through a bad bout of COVID. Keep coming back and love the stream. No one gets it right the way you do. All the love for the coverage for doing what you do. Thank you. Thank you. Darilla, Nick, would it be better for Dep Team to just ask for $1 in closing? No. They've made their request. I don't know that they have to specifically ask for $50 million in closing. But because the jury, they've proven an amount at trial, they put forth facts that the jury could find. Let the jury decide. Grant G. First super chat. Thank you. It is owed for how cool you were 2 days ago when you told Tugs people when his internet issues were fixed. It was classy. It's the weird thing about YouTube. For whatever there is, right? Whatever this thing, this space, these people, whatever this is, fucking language. There's a lot of viewers. There's a lot of viewers to go around. We don't have to worry about that type of stuff. I think it's, I've been where Tug was that day. When your stream goes down and you're in the middle of something, I mean, it is fucking the worst. So I'm happy to. It's like not like it's harming me to send people back to where they want to be. That's no, by all means, go back where you like to be. Jenny says Legal Bites is sweet, but she way overstepped calling out her peers. It feels icky. Also, keep being an a-hole. It's why I'm here. I'll never change, Jenny. Nice to Lizards. PSA, if you complained about X or Y creator through Nick's entire explanation, then it was completely lost on you. Ginger Ninja, Nick is clearly obsessed with chairs. I know. Why is that? Teresa Hoisington, once the casual group pulls that sweater thread, then poof, it's the HOA of online legal. I've been on enough committees not to be on any more committees. Thank you. Illegal mindset. There we go. Hold on. He wants me to do this in auto-tune. Tune in for the opinion of a free and honest man. And if you like that, work hard at your plan. And mine's grifting that dough whenever I can. G's up, hoes down. The unbreaded are my fam. There you go. I don't know how that sounded. Didn't have my monitor in. Probably terrible. Howdy doodly. Champion, the diddly doodler. Killed my bottle of Jack and about to kill my bottle of Jameson. Any suggestions for a cheapo? I'll drink it neat, by the way. A cheap one? No. Evan Williams, maybe. Techno Gatsby. Anyway, jury can decide they both defamed each other and award damages to both. If they look at Waldman's stuff sideways, $1 to Hurd, $7 million to Depp. Yes. Alan, 1978. I'm 43 and I listen to you, Daddy. An internet loser. LawTube was almost entirely Emmerly Baker, and Legal Bites' idea persisted in spite of your intermittent warning. You are the wisest among them. That is why I stay. Talonseer, I like Lawtism more than LawTube. It's less pretentious. Reminds me of the servant whispering into Caesar's ear, remember, you can die. Remember, you can die. Sledge, DUI guy found out live and seemed really hurt. Legal Bite sucks. They have squashed it, apparently. 24 Cookies 24. Do you think reasonableness is greater than law in jury trials? Yeah. Yes. Eric from Wisconsin. Do you think there is room for mortgage tube? Asking for myself. There's an audience for everything. Absolutely. Michael H. Can you toast my grandma? She recently died in the house. Her and my grandfather literally built together. They were both 96. Thank you. Yeah, no more liquor tonight. Sorry, Michael, but to your grandmother, though she is gone, she lived a long life with a valued partner in a home they built. They built the home in material, but they made it. No, let me correct that. They built a house with materials, but they built a home out of family. And may that family carry on the tradition of dedication and love long after they're gone. Cheers. Chris Friday. Yes, it was a vintage t-shirt. Figured you would like it. It's good. It's good. Thank you. I have more space to write something here, but I don't know what to add here to fill the space. Yes, I did get that one. It's a funny t-shirt with a good lawyer joke on it. Artemis Trees, when you hear online reference to family, that's a red flag. Nick gets it. Jack Hutchinson, really enjoyed your closing statements on the Rekieta versus LawTube case. You have this juror's vote. Ibrahim Alkabi, each to their own for the streamer and the viewer. Bjorn in 1979. Legal Bites. Welcome to Legal Bites, where I simplify and explain the law in bite-sized pieces in this 3-hour-long YouTube video. Fluffy Yellow says, I like Jeremy, but making a drama video about Tim's sex rumors will backfire. Tim took out a 70-foot billboard today in Times Square, a second one that will be right next to it in the works above ABC News. Not applicable. How to find a man? Go to church, be a woman, done. Bogey 34. More than liking you or your content, I respect you, Nick. Your nose doesn't blow in the wind. Cheers and l'chaim. Thank you. Christina can confirm that late 90s chat rooms were rife with Indian men asking about Bob's and Vagine. Didn't matter if you were blonde or attractive. No one had a profile picture. Can I get JK win? Ironic/funny drama starts over personal issue that should have stayed private while watching trial over drama that should have been private. More jokes. F drama. Lol. Celine Appledorn. What if the jury already known? Can they be done on Friday? Greetings from the Netherlands. They can be. It's unlikely, but they can be. Rough. Duff. Are you duff enough? Well, are you? Talk about the Battle of Athens. These people need to know what real men used to do when faced with these odds. Bad energy troll. They formed a perimeter. Alex Jones was right. Anthony Austin. We should take back the money we gave to Ukraine and put it to protecting children at schools. Anna Rosengren. Professional mental health screenings in schools. Nora, what you're saying is so powerful right now. Thank you. Troy Neenan might want to bring up Tugs Indiegogo. Did you do it yesterday? Also, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. I think I brought it up yesterday at some point. Dawn Wanderer says, F. Beto. Justin, capital punishment for mass shooters, pedos, and serial killers. We can all agree, right? I don't know if everyone can. I do. I'm not even a big death penalty guy. But I'm getting tired of it. Okay, here we go. Where the shit did we go? Pig Riser says, have some English pounds for the grift. Thank you. Robert Barcelowski says, I live in Australia, so we have very strict gun laws. It's up to each country to decide how to educate gun owners and regulate gun ownership. Yeah, I think it's up to each country. I think that's absolutely right. Seize the day. My freedoms don't end where your feelings start. Outpatient, thank you. Black Mustang 2006. Aussie land can't have guns because they are a prison colony. Brain dead Kyra. If 25-year-olds is considered the age of being fully mature, how about changing the right to buy weapons gets changed to 25? Would that help? No. I don't think so. Garrett says there's over 1.6 million defensive firearm usage versus 13K average of mass shootings from 1 year. No, it's not 13K average of mass shootings. It's 13,000 gun homicides, I believe. Or are you saying 13,000 incidents that, because the homicide rate is not that high for mass shootings from 1 year, and that's FBI stats, so take it with a grain of salt. Triarius Metzer, been with you since the tail end of Maddox. Just a little support from me to the grifting champion. Have fun. Thank you. Muggsy Kins, 40 billion for Ukraine and 0 for school security. Root Beer Buzz from CCTX. Got my first AK for 700 when I was 13. Also had a 380 special snub nose and a 22 Beretta. It being illegal didn't stop me then for my age. If we want it, we'll get it, legal or not. seize the day. Canada in the midst of fighting for our rights and freedom. Yes, you are. TX, I mean, as an actual liberal, I support the rights of Americans owning SARS. They need to be long-term talks about mental health support in institutions rather than a scapegoat in the moment. Yeah, yeah. Angry Whiskers. Hey, Rackets, I challenge you to rack your brain and share a bit about an interest you have that you may not have shared on stream. I'm interested. I pretty open. I like Warhammer and I cook. I don't have much time for other stuff right now. Sir Marhouse. Ate the drama, ate the killers, love me minis, love me vodka, love me painting, simple as having fun, just drinking and painting minis right now. Keep on, Nikki. Do I have another interest? I mean, no. I mean, really pretty simple. Pretty simple. Garrett says, George Mason, I ask, sir, what's the militia? It is the whole people except for a few public officials. Thomas Irwin sounds like Istvan 4 all over again. Corpus Delecti, just about to drive to work and you start unbreaded. Glorious day to start it unbreaded. Evie Warner says Britain has charged Kevin Spacey with 4 counts of sexual assault. Yes, they have. That's 4 more victims for Kevin Spacey to kill. Wait, are we that close to done? That's amazing. William Dixon, thank you for the stream. I've been following since Rittenhouse. Peace. J.K. Wynn thought Pope can't be gay, but congrats. Andrew Wilhelm, the only church for which I recognize your papacy is the loosely connected but not quite community church of Our Daily Unbreaded. Sith happens. Watch closing arguments or Obi-Wan before work. Gordo Fabulous, Ricada during the day, 80,000 viewers. Ricada at night. All the bingers gonna eliminate all the bikes. Hashtag love the internet. Bad guacamole. Ralph is going after Ricky Berwick now. Doesn't Ralph's weight and gun make him slightly more disabled than Ricky? Wait, why is he going after Ricky Berwick? That's dumb. Bad fucking idiot. Ryoji Mata, Australians don't have a leg to stand on. They lost a war to giant flightless birds, and now they're losing their girlfriends to them too. Mothman, Aussies lost a war to birds. Don't trust the advice. Andrew Hansen, leftist solutions remind me of the Emperor's New Clothes. They sound great as long as you don't look too closely. They're imaginary, and in the end, they leave you naked and vulnerable. Ghost, those cops that just stood outside while children were being gunned down should be fired and sued. If you're too scared to run into the fire, then quit. Trey Wuckfit, if you appreciate Lefroy, try Talisker. You may enjoy it. I like Talisker 10 a lot. I don't like Talisker Storm that much. Jeremy Abrahamson, also, please convince my brother to read Berserk. He's a huge fan of yours. I know you and Lolly have done some stuff. You and the Lolly have done some stuff, and he's got a fantastic breakdown of the series too. I have never read Berserk. I've watched the Golden Age trilogy, and I watched the series that came after it. It's a fun story. Everybody likes it. Check it out. Krausablanca. Tau the superior space race. Space Marines boo. Look, on the Berserk thing, dude, just fucking read it. Like, if you like manga, just read it. Go get it. It's the one. It's the one. Guts has a big sword and is such a stereotypical, like, tortured hero of no emotion. It's funny. Go read it. But the secret is he actually does have emotions. Go read it. Michael H., if hemp has been legalized by the federal government, then why can a state government ban certain kinds of hemp? Isn't hemp overall protected? Well, it comes down to an argument of, can the state regulate interstate commerce under the Commerce Clause, or is that reserved for the federal government? It should be federal government, but they have to come into conflict to see. Then we get the Supremacy Clause to apply the Commerce Clause. Indiscriminately Hippo, thank you for the donation. Professor Chaos, add more cops to schools, ends up just criminalizing more dumb stuff kids do, because everything has to become a law enforcement encounter. Leia says DUI guy said forgive and forget. He's let it go now. Okay. Or let's let it go now. Well, again, I think people may have misunderstood. Well, and you may not be talking to me. People may misunderstand. I don't have any malice over what happened. I'm just not going to be associated as like a member of LawTube. And that's regardless of the drama. The drama that happened today, I don't care about the particulars. I care that it occurred because it solidified a thing into existence. That's my problem. It made it a thing. It brought reality to an idea. And I don't want to be in the reality. So again, for me, no malice. I don't, people do whatever the hell they want. I'm not here to tell them how to run channels or do their thing. I'm just saying, for me, it's cool. You do your own thing. Jensen Zeiger, not only did police refuse to go in after saving their own kids, they refused to let armed parents go in. Jen Wiki, it's Texas, for fuck's sake, everyone carries, right? Not in school grounds. It just pisses me off. Those cops basically did nothing. Oh, and I'll take single malt scotch over whiskey any day. Cheers. Single malt scotch is whiskey. Adonis King, I knew Legal Dykes was going to be a mess from day one. Damn. Leia, I wish this was private between LawTube and not between subs. That's all I wish. Please, going forward. Well, but it wasn't private, was it? Larry gifted a membership. Thank you. Thank you. Rajenda Chola, DUI guy should have cleared misunderstanding in private via call. He should have acted mature. She faced 24 hours of harassment. When was he going to make the call? After the stream? So this is an interesting statement here. SD Alex 46 and 2 says, Rekieta law is the personification of individuality. What Bytes did is protect the image of the imaginary law tube through fear-based justification. And he says, weak. I'm going to take a mild umbrage or mild disagreement with that. I mean, yes, the problem is not trying to defend the image of LawTube. The problem is trying to defend the image of LawTube at the expense of someone else's reputation. That's the problem. The implication by her words was that DUI guy did something wrong that harmed the reputation of this group. He didn't do anything wrong. So that's where the problems start to be. It's not just a protection, and it's not just private. It wasn't private. It was spoken about on the stream. So, yeah. And there's no putting toothpaste back in the tube. Let's see. Ben George, DUI guy versus Legal Bites, lol, no legal ramifications. Behind y'all became Comicsgate, lol. Is she Mike Miller? No, look, if nobody's anything, nobody's anything. Again, it's not about the people involved. It's not about the individuals. It's about what happens every time with these communities and how you protect yourself. Leia says, LawTube is just like the beauty community. Y'all are the same thing in the public square. Yeah, and that I don't want to be in the beauty community or the LawTube. I don't want to be in a community. Again, this is about me, not and why I'm not in this thing, and explaining just the problems and why I was always against it. Always. In public and in private. Sentinel Rex, to hell with LawTube. I'm here for Ricada and Co. Manus Pradhan says, so this is so I can call you out for stereotyping all Indians and Pakistani men as simps. Do it. Caleb Funk. Manus, why did you just send me a DM that says show Bob and Vagina? I'm just kidding, of course. Caleb Funk. Okay. Oh, Nick, I think I figured out a solution to your lag issues. All you need to do is put a few hundred levels into vigor. Financial consultant says Legal Bites is okay moderator, but just got laid off of her job versus your self-deprecating style. Plus, she's in Europe taking too much money, in my opinion. Wait, did she got laid off of her job? Is that a thing? I didn't know about that. That's too bad. Sarah Moore, I was an elite superstand, Alita superstand for 6 weeks because she is real and cool and means well, but I walked away, right or wrong. I'm just disappointed in her. Left a bad taste in my mouth. Also, 2 attorneys arguing equals never ends well. Never does. Luckily, they've buried it. Higgs 666, attempted mass shooter fired into a crowd at a grad party in West Virginia, was immediately shot by a woman carrying a pistol. Shooter was the only fatality. Lance Barons, you and your guests have been the best coverage, and I love Warhammer. Brandon Judge, I thoroughly enjoy both you and Alita. I see where she's coming from, and I think she just got overwhelmed. Again, and if I didn't communicate this very well, it's possible. It's not about her. I've tried to make that very clear. I have no problem with her. I disagree with her actions, but I disagree with a ton of stuff. The problem is the community existing at all. For me, that you can do it. I'm not in it. That's all I say. I'm not in it. I give my blessing to it. I'm not in it. Forever Wanderer, I've been to India with a group. The 2 overweight blonde women with us got so much attention. It's a crying shame. Even true crime without lawyers run. Tracy 3, even Elaine did the O face. Chili Cheese J. This drama is why I love Andrea Burkhart so much. She's not chasing clout, not trying to get money from it. She's just authentic and salt of the earth. Emily Green, each channel is a different vibe, one for background fodder, one to properly break it down, and one to hear your thoughts verbalized with someone gets fired on live TV. Michael Thomas, they've said repeatedly, it's all Legal Bites. Sith happens. I don't know what that means. Sith happens. What's frustrating for me is that I found LawTube by accident through Facebook, and on the first case I followed, there's friggin' ridiculous drama. This is the first case that LawTube has been a thing throughout the whole thing. So it's the first case at all. Dank Count DePope. Hey, my G. What's up? James Shartz. Wait, this is all about who was invited on someone's stream and who said something about someone else. Flippin' high school drama. Generic spaceman. Congrats on becoming the law pope, Mr. Raggets. In all seriousness, thanks for the great content. You shaster lawyer. Just know Legal Bites is the host. LawTube as guests. Money goes to whoever the host is at the time. That's why they give a shout out to the other channels. Matthew Self. Rule is don't anger the chat. Rule 101 of live streaming on YouTube. Trevor R. As the Pope, can Bites receive salvation by reading aloud one page from the Gospel of Harris? Will a toast of holy whiskey cure her stutter? Sure. She's welcome anytime to participate in the unbreaded. Indiscriminately Hippo says, fuck. HB LawTube has 6,500 subscribers and averages low to mid double-digit viewers. Pretty sure it was Legal Bites hosting. DE Poland, as my aunt once said to us fighting cousins over a game of Risk, if you can't play with each other, play with yourselves. Rip Aunt Helen. Runkle the Bailey says this courthouse line is insane. Noir 777. I don't know why people are calling you the Pope of LawTube when you're clearly the high priest of the Church of the Unbreaded. KG says, first super chat. Thank you. I love your eulogies. My grandpa Dick passed away after 10 years fighting Alzheimer's. He was a man of the faith, love, and prayer, a hard worker. He served his state and country well. To your grandfather. When you say grandfather, it elicits that image, right? That image of a life of work, a life of service, a life of compassion for the family. And maybe a man hardened by that life and softened by its pleasures. To your grandpa Dick, fighting Alzheimer's for 10 years, I raise a glass to him, but I raise a glass to the family, of course, who were surrounding him, knowing that even as his memories and mind and faculties faded, the memories that he carried were passed on to them already and would live on long into the future. Cheers. Alex Blackfoot. Hello, Mr. Ricada. This is your friendly federal agent. I just want to know that you're at the top of my list. Heart. Aldrich Xavier, Better Call Saul is still better drama than Legal Bites / LawTube. Renee Miet says Legal Bites claim there could be a mistrial based on DUI guy's reaction. Weeks after chuckles and open laughs from the gallery, egos need to be brought down a couple hundred pages, breaded AF. Remember, the jury can't know who DUI guy is. Right? Like they can't be on the internet. So how the hell are they going to know who he is? So he's just any other member of the gallery. So I disagree with the mistrial thing. Bill S., does DUI guy have to turn in his golden turd? Yes. It's a crying shame. Thanks for the sticker. Mia Moreno. How are you mad because someone made a meme of DUI and James while they were in court? WTF, that's an Amber move. Just apologize to them direct and end it. Ethan Hall says, Nick Ricada, looking at what has happened to the Lawtist community, look how they massacred my boy. My Black Mustang, 2006, fake drama is cringe and should be saved for Zoomers on TikTok. We don't need people acting like snobs and power-hungry HOA Karens. Legal Bites is the Amber Heard of YouTube. That's a bit strong. That's a bit strong. Not applicable. This article looks like a troll or joke. Serious? Oh no, that top 10 thing, that's real. It's someone's Substack. It's like their own independent thing that they created, but they have a methodology on how they selected stuff, and it seems kind of weird. But they did it. Indiscriminately Hippo says bred all of them. Caligula, that awards thing is extremely breaded. No Luck Merc, the Lalfa male. Minor Zircon, it's because you are unbreaded. Cool Uncle Nick. President-elect 4 Doors More Horse. It's so ironic that Legal Bites' claim to fame is a viral outburst, which Viva clipped. She's making apolitical activities very political and divisive. Pastor Flash, I'm not in the group, but can I be kicked out too? Yes. MRHS socialist bullshit. I'm launching a LawTube RICO and appointing myself LawTube DA. I'll be sending out fake subpoenas on YouTube racketeering. Blue-eyed roof Korean lawyers arguing water is wet. Sounds like a LawTube HOA. While y'all been fighting, America's been infiltrated by communist overlords. Thanks, Nick. Junebugs, I literally don't care what you nerds do. And the proper answer. Ann Seeley, thank you for the donation. Supernova LawTube is lame. This drama is even lamer. You keep doing you. Thanks for keeping it real. Cheers, Matthew L. None of this would have happened if you had gone with the name Flock of Legals. Brian Nielsen, anyone mad at DUI guy is just jealous. He had a viral moment and they didn't. The only LawTube we all want to see is yours, Nick. Show your hog. Birdbath Bash, let's be honest, a lot of people riding your coattails. Comic Curse 999 Beto, more like Beta. Pinky Pop Pope Kami. There you go. Joe K. Nick, I don't like drama and don't hold much with loyalty to people I don't know IRL. I tune into you because you're genuine and unapologetic for who you are. Screw LawTube and the collectivist mind. Artisan Shrew. Oh, I get it. Someone is trying to monopolize LawTube with the YouTube version of super lawyers. It's exactly what it is. Some self-important person in the group elected themselves the leader. Oni Shapai. Could a publicist firm plant that awards article on legal tubers to divide y'all, then target Alita because she's protective of the group's reputation? I mean, maybe, but that award article meant, well, to me, it meant nothing. It's a person's opinion, effectively. I don't care about it. It's not published anywhere. It's on Substack. It's like writing it on your own Patreon. So I don't see it that way. I don't know that people could be bought by that, but maybe. I don't think so. HB, wow, LawTube created an HOA on YouTube. Plus, thanks for everything, Nick. I've been with you since Stand with Vic. Blue-eyed Roof Korean, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. 40 BC, my man. Werix. Oh, wait, read that one. AF, as soon as people start using the word community and this community is important to me, yikes, you are very wise to have your take. Tracy 3, what about the behaviors of law tubers while watching the trial? Do they get punished for saying something like, don't think Camille could make me even harder? Was there a write-up? Now, to be fair to Kurt, although it's a good point because a lot of people were pissed off about that and the reputation and everything. For me, I don't give a shit, right? I think if Kurt wanted to say, Mommy Camille, open up that jacket and show me those sweet, sweet titties, milk them. I don't care if he says that, but that's not what Kurt did. A lot of normal people are watching this and don't know. There's a meme from a show, I think it's called Archer. I think it's a show called Archer, and the guy says, stop, I can only get so erect. It's a meme. You can find the erect meme all over the place. Kurt said, Camille needs to stop this argument because I can only get so erect. He's hearkening to the meme and he's objectifying the argument. And if anybody has any impression of Kurt, it's that he's a literal legal autism who is quite potentially aroused by an actual argument. He wasn't objectifying Camille in that moment. That's the crazy thing about that comment. He wasn't talking about her in a physical way at all. He's actually talking about the words coming out of her mouth and her skill as a lawyer being arousing. It was funny. And people missed this because they were like, there's so many, again, normal people popping in to watch this thing. They're like, oh, it's very inappropriate sexualized comments towards a woman. It's like he's making sexualized comments about an argument as part of a meme. It's okay. It's okay. Camille's going to be okay. He didn't say, I want to turn Camille over and hold her by like a 6-pack, right? Like he didn't say something like that. I mean, we could go on with all sorts of dirty things that could have been said. He just said the thing about the argument. All right. Anyway. JD, Comicsgate was destroyed. And Tracy, I know like you were joking. I get it. It was just a good talking point. So I went with it. JD says Comicsgate was destroyed by this kind of nonsense. Recada's right, run from it like the plague. Only woe lies that way. David, Pope Recada, please excommunicate Attorney Tom. I can't. I fire excommunications at him and they just go right over his head. John Hayek, good for you, Nick. LawTube sounds like a sus generic of KY jelly. Zach, 31194, never sent a super chat ever before, but I just had to say that your take was 1,000% spot on. I'm glad to have been able to listen to it. Thanks for what you do. Thank you. Allegan News, enough already. It is Thursday. Where's the Vic update? There isn't one. Rob Pierce, hail Nick, a real national treasure in YouTube. Oh gosh. Mary Diaz, I'll still always come back for hashtag unbreaded. Love you, Nick. I would love to see some videos on Warhammer after the trial. Rigatoni, Johnny Depp is global. Many of us are not even from the US. Bio Buns, been drinking. Is this real life? Is this just fantasy? Dank Count, Ricada will still have COVID though. That's true. Shane Roberts, LawTube drama comes for Nikki. Rackets the Omen King. Put your foolish ambitions to rest. Shelly Hannah, well stated. Glad I found your channel and will continue to drop in and listen. Thanks for your hard work and keep us informed. Ditsy Degeneracy will reclaim this chat. M4A now says, Emily sent me. You two are my anchors in LawTube. Emily's fantastic. Mr. Old Greg Man Fish says, Ricada Law just sent you an email about sponsorship. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. You need corn. Started watching for this case. You're from Minnesota. Like whiskey and speak your mind. Ever in the Twin Ports, whiskey is on me for the content. Sounds good. Sounds good. The Twin Ports, you mean Twin Cities? Or do you mean like somewhere like Duluth? Can you do a Warhammer lore explanation? Not tonight. Fly Fox Pro, I slid into your DMs. Enjoy. Oh, God. Hard member. We still going strong. Whiskey strong. ECBP B521 and Larceny C921 tonight. Thoughts on tomorrow's verdict, sir? I don't think it's coming tomorrow. Cherry and Max, blown away by your wisdom. Oh, thank you. Jedi and Solo, been here since the Greer book reading. Still go back to it during work every now and then. It's hilarious. Oh, so many people need to see. God, those were such fun streams. And I ain't leaving. You're awesome. Keep up the everything you. Thank you. Johnny and CLE. Nick, my hat's off to you. After Comics Kid, I feel the same way on independence and neutrality. Salute. Silath, I love you. Leaving the drama at the door. I've been watching since Vic Case and was flying spaceships into stars. I'm a bad pilot. Glad we have adults talking about this. Keep up the good work. Gino Fast, all hail the godfather of our happy accident. Kalinka Pavlova, someone on Twitter called you the godfather of LawTube. Please read out the next two super chats as Vito Corleone and Mindset FTW. Nervous Sip says, great monologue, Nick. Just do you. Don't worry about being the wrong a-hole in the room. We all love you. At least your a-hole isn't the same frame as your ankles around your ears. Chrissy says, why are these both long? You're totally on point with legal bites and DUI guy. Wasn't sure where you were going when you started talking about it, but you're totally right. Watch DUI, realize in real time you seem blindsided. Glenn Roman, thank you for the donation. Carl Webster, LawTube just proves a saying, the only winner in court is the lawyers. Yeah. Well, I mean, yes. Andrew Wilhelm, been here since something like 30K. I like a lot of other law channels for their own qualities, including Legal Bites, but this night stream is home. Crusader Joe says, women. Nova says, F LawTube. I'm just here to enjoy your show and enjoy those lawyers you drag into the degeneracy with you. Sadly, I mean this nicely. You're the most entertaining show out there, including MSMBS. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. Where are we? Oh, boy. How? Wait a minute. No, these have been read for the most part. The thing messed up the okay. I'm just checking. Just checking. We're actually almost done. It reversed the order. Shit. Read those. Here we go. Close. Shit. We've got Ghost Toss. Would you be prepared to talk to comedian Dave Smith of the Mises Caucus? We're all here at National in Reno trying to unfuck the Libertarian Party, and tomorrow is the day. Can I put you in touch with him after the trial? You two to have fun. Sure. Thomas Walker. Hello, Nick. I'm pledging you a good night's sleep after this, but I can only give you UK money. Thank you for keeping me entertained. Conveying the trial during my work hours. May the good gun guide you well. Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, oh, here we go. I found it. Nick White, Nick's Wallaby Army on paper, unbreaded. Gamer Jackie, first time. What was that? Excellently read, sir. Lol. That's death sentences. That's what that was. Dank count. To be honest, there have been more animal deaths by animals in Australia from like 2001 to 2017 than school deaths from 1970 until today, for fuck's sake. Maria Williams, love your channel, but do you ever sleep? 8:27 a.m. here in the UK. I'm going to sleep as soon as I'm done with chats for a little bit and then get up for this trial thing. Oh, shit. JK Win, not specific case, just because with big legal teams at trial and some big unethical thing happens, does the whole legal team get sanctioned? Is there mistrial? Maybe. Maybe is the answer to both. It depends. Alabaster Scarf, man, Beto O'Rourke sure does love standing on stuff to give speeches, chairs, tables, countertops, the still warm bodies of dead children. Garrett, Nick, you need to make jerseys for athletes so we can sport it during matches. Spread your channel. It's the best on YouTube. Brewing Bear says cigar recommendation for a noob around $10. I got nothing, buddy. I don't know anything about cigars. People usually give them to me and I smoke them. I'm like, this is cool. It's good. I had a Cuban the other day. It was amazing. It was definitely a distinctly different experience. Garrett says, Nick, you need to make jersey. Oh, wait, I read that one. Psych. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Calvin Pontius, never thought the Rittenhouse gang, a.k.a. Slawtube, would have turned into Animal Farm. Your Honor, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Sad Alex says, 40K custodians for the win. Yes. GH24 says, what's going on in this neck of the woods? I think I read that earlier. Pro Engineer, hey, Nick, love your stream. Thanks for putting the LawTube rant first. The second rant really put the first one into perspective. The bipolar god of science fiction says the weird. Busy boy, top 10 LawTubers equals super lawyer. Straight people are so dramatic. Lol, fun content, Law Daddy. Michael Conley says, had to send something to show appreciation for the auto-tune. That's next level. Darth Baganis, hey, Nick, you're awesome, and you inspired me to study law. Just one question. What kind of microphone do you use? This is an Electro Voice RE20. Scarvy the Strange, Elaine kept bringing up Tug to create a straw man leader to tarnish Depp supporters as an organized group. Sam can happen to LawTube if they're caught organizing, especially if they have a pope. Sam Chadwick, Nick, stop being so right all the time. It's annoying. Livid Leprechaun, I hope LawTubers realize when this trial is over, their viewership will drop. Acting out as if they're the ones the majority of eyes are here to see is not a great indication of handling the attention well. It's a hard thing to manage, though. Like, speaking from experience, it's hard to manage. And when it goes away, and it does, it's hard to think about. Jacob Reed, my dearest law guy, you must take this money I'm giving you. Always remember, if you do what you love and you love what you do, you will always ... Darilla, I think it's if you love your work, you'll never work a day in your life. Darilla says, what was the better case for your stream and engagement from us? Rittenhouse or Depp case? Which one do or did you like better? Well, I mean, it's a little different because this case is longer. The numbers got higher faster, but they haven't peaked as high as Rittenhouse. So I don't know. Money wise, I think this one is, I think it's ahead of Rittenhouse, but again, because it's longer mostly, but we'll see, but it doesn't matter. They're both great. It's crazy. Rittenhouse, I gained more subscribers, but a whole bunch of people had already found me when this one started. So I had less up to go. Larry gifted a Ricada Law membership. Thank you. Calvin Pontius, Nick is the Caesar of LawTube until the night stream. Then he's Caligula. Root Beer Buzz, Texas DPS said the police never engaged the shooter prior to entering the building. He entered through an unlocked door. Do I smell a lawsuit coming? Hannah Manho, our New Zealand Prime Minister, received a standing ovation at Harvard for her successful gun buyback. Meanwhile, back in New Zealand, gun and gang crime are up. Clown world. Larry, Nick does not want to be a member of a group that wants him to be a member. Courtesy WC Fields. Quicks, rackets, you shyster lawyer, disloyal, accept your own crown, king of shysters, rat king of the tube, no abduction, grift in, grift out. Ace Hanlon, why won't you comment on the situation in Texas? I just did I did like a 30-minute rant. I did like a 30-minute speech about it. You must have missed it. I was going to say I haven't been able to comment on it because I've been covering the Depp trial and people bring it up during the trial. And I just don't want to mix that in the Depp trial. But yeah, next he says, careful everyone, DUI guy should, can't, might steal a chromosome. They seem to be hoarding them right now. The 2 adults have settled it. You add nothing. Sofa King Jewish, thanks for the donation. That somebody says this LawTube drama fight is a poor replacement for the Ralph versus Worski match. We need Keemstar to intervene in Kiwi Farm's page for this. Oh, don't worry. The second one's coming. Thurston 55, for fuck's sake, chat. Both were on no real sleep for weeks, streaming inlines for crazy hours. Tiny thing that got blown way up. They squashed it. Moved the fuck on. Sofa King Jewish says my legal bites let's talk response. Emailed it. Thanks. Plain 20 says hashtag super lawyer. SD Alex says found your tell talking about the bite situation. Your foot was tapping so much your head was bobbing up and down. Oh, my foot's tapping like crazy now. I have probably ADD, and my leg bounces like fucking crazy. Flawedzilla, welcome to Paralegal Status, buddy. Thank you. Sofa King Jewish says, my Legal Bites Let's Talk response. Check the email. Legal Bites et al. We're being Poindexters. Don't do that. Nerds on the spectrum. Autists. Layman M. Fuck. Caught up to stream. Not used to hearing you at 1x. Gamer Valine Spurgs are going to spurg about their jobs and hobbies. It has started many stupid arguments in my house because my guy and I have similar job history. J.K. Wynn been saying it's Lawtistic League now on a spectrum. Dr. Gia, you are my new version of Art Bell's Coast to Coast. Oh, yeah. I always remember it as George Norrie, who I think was before Art Bell, right? Welcome to AM Coast to Coast with George Norrie, where we handle the weird and interesting things of the world. Ruff, are you duff enough? Well, are you shooting you another 5 because I've single-handedly put you through hell these past few months? I'm not a rich man. More will come later. And then Ryu D says, did you start Ricada Law in 2011 or 2017? My law firm, I think it was the end of 2015. Ear Juice says, yo, never forget John Michael Kelly, Ghost. How could anyone forget? Couple more and we're almost done. Aris Legacy, I knew it, you Shasta lawyer. It's all good, man. You done well. Firefox, it's not that you hate drama, it's that you hate drama in your own house. If you hated drama, you would hate covering Vic's. Yeah, well, correct. You like watching the shit show as long as it's not in your house, which is how normal people operate. Ready to kill. This whole drama about legal bites and DUI guys retarded. Everyone following this drama are fanning the flames and trying to make things worse for entertainment while both sides are trying to bury the hatchet. Situation makes my blood boil with the idiocy of the general fan base of LawTube. Firefox, when I was doing my marathon, I would get up every day, put my shoes on and go run, even when it was hard, no matter what. You know, it's going to be hard, but you'll feel good afterwards. Until you get a heat allergy that makes your labia quiver when it's over 70 degrees. It's fucking right. God, it's the worst. Firefox, this drama is definitely gay as hell, but I'm glad to be shown someone's true colors. You, Legal Mindset, and Runkle's mods are figs, are the only 3 gay tubers I still follow. Everyone else enjoys trying to muzzle speech or tell someone what they can and can't do. Hate to say C. Goody was right about him. Well, V, still not removing you from linktree.com/lawtube, but yeah, fuck them. Firefox says, I didn't forget Attorney Tom. He's just too short to be allowed into GayTube. Hell, he's too short to be a part of the VTube community. Maybe tall enough to join the furry porn community or crinkle bottom diaper fetishists. Chang Hua says, Outlaw Tube, the beginning, let's go. Herman Arminius, if Medicare ever decides to show up, please send him a message. When he's chilling up with the big titty anime angels in the great blue pastures above, please don't tell Dark V what happened to Ralph. Actually, never mind. We'll get Romanian V to use his gypsy necromancer powers to tell us. Mephisto's movie review. Wish I could afford more, but check either your Twitter timeline or Twitter DM for the Pope meme. Ready to kill. You all that are hating Legal Bites are complete brain dead morons for basically trying to cancel her over a mistake she made that she regrets. Hope you all break your noses. Damn. Wolfie, the only money I make sure to donate is the free money Odyssey gives me for logging in, because shit free money to me. Herman Arminius, if Beto thinks that believing in the Second Amendment is a responsibility for killing kids, I don't see why it isn't fair. Gun advocates turn around and blame him, and the gun grabbers for disarming citizens from evil monsters like this. May not be fair, but reciprocity is. Well, it's not about fair. I think I missed the point of the chat, but it's okay. I'm really late. Rishab Sharda says Johnny is suing Amber for $50 million. Not sure if she can actually pay that much, considering her career might not do too hot after this case. She can't. Philabuti, if a situation is made public, I think a public apology is a good start, then take it private. When Az bitched out and cried that EVS didn't apologize privately, when he was the one that to make it public, it makes him a little girl. Fuck that fat tub of lard, both of them. Heist, and still all those mass shootings pale in comparison to the average 58 people being murdered in SA every day. Philabuti, what, South Africa? Where's that? Carl Webster. Philabuti says Carl Webster is a leftist cuck who hates freedom and wants the government to step on him harder. Carl probably has 4 boosters and still uses 3 masks and is a scared little bitch. Carl moved to New Zealand. Figget, proud Australian here looking at the Second Amendment with envy. Fuck off, Carl. Herman Arminius, we talk about killing methods. We never stop to ask why they kill. Our country has no purpose, goals, unifying factor, etc. We drug ourselves up our hide behind bread and circuses. We've traded real life community for fake dopamine hits, but no, follow the Aussie fascists and to round people up in camps. Johnny Arbor says, may have missed it. Explain how Houston will work. Who is going to be there? I don't know who's confirmed. I gotta circle around and check as soon as possible. I'm going to be there. I believe Yellow Flash is going to be there. That Star Wars girl is going to be there. I'm pretty sure Nerdrotic is confirmed. I think those are the only ones I know about. We'll see. Hallucinosis, ADHD, just saying why you're up so late. Well, I'm almost done reading. Constitutionalist Libertarian Nick, did you see that even mundane Matt was dunking on Ethan Ralph getting beat up a second time in Portugal? He took some of the footage of the gunt getting his ass beat and AI upscaled it to 4K to get screenshots to do it. Plain 20 says Art founded C2C. George and others took over for Art. Oh, okay, in 2003. There you go. I didn't know the order. Thank you. Philabuti, Nick, Australia is about the same size as the lower 48 states, yet we have less than 10% of the U.S. population. If the plants don't kill you and the animals don't kill you, the people will. Welcome to Australia. Gamer Valine, Beto gets to hide behind his wife. If he was ever a victim of anything beyond pegs, he would favor guns. Cloud Warmer, how do we get Ethan Ralph on the LawTube top 10 for eating a KFC family dinner bucket by himself in a speed run against Nikocado Avocado? Sounds good. Kentucky Life, Ricky Berwick, thanks. Quote tweet, Ethan Ralph, also tired of that dumb crippled loser who makes lame edgy jokes like I'm supposed to clap just because your fucking ass can't walk, eat a dick. Good job, Ricky. Johnny Arbor says, go to bed. Stop sending me stuff. Great US. Boom, mega endorsement. Ricada Law is the only law tuber, not including Viva, I really pay any attention to. Robert Barnes, mods are still gay as fuck. Sub to Nick's locals, not goddamn YouTube chat. That's all for now. There we go. Holy shit, we're done. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys. Whoo! Heavy show. Heavy show. I really appreciate all the support. Man of low moral fiber says, shout out to Big Floyd, 2 years sober. Ruby Buzz says, 24-hour stream, let's go. No, we can't. I got to get some sleep. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys for the Depp closing arguments in just a couple hours. 4 hours. Have a good night. Peace. It's not the 24-hour stream. It's not a 24-hour stream. It's going to be a long stream as long as the jury's there, but it won't be 24 hours. You may have missed that. It had to happen because the judge cucked everybody. So, all right. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer till he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the brook. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.